Today's episode is going to dive deeply into a very sensitive and complex issue in the life of the Church, the status of the Society of St. Pius X, or the SSPX. Now, this is not a simple topic. It involves canon law, history, and serious theological questions. And for many Catholics, including myself, it's a real source of confusion. Thus, I approach this topic with fear and trembling, with great trepidation. I only want to seek the truth, to help my listeners do the same, and to support Holy Mother Church. Most of you are familiar with the basic outline. In 1988, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre consecrated 4 bishops without papal approval, actually against a direct papal mandate to the contrary. And as a result, he and those bishops were declared excommunicated by Pope John Paul II. In 2009, Benedict XVI lifted those excommunications, and Pope Francis granted SSPX priests certain faculties, most notably the ability to validly and licitly hear confessions and to assist at marriages under specific conditions. So over time, the status of the society in the Church has clearly developed, but it has not always been clearly understood. The reason I wanted to do this episode now is because an important development. On July 1st, Bishop Bernard Fillet has announced that the Society intends to consecrate additional bishops. That raises serious questions, canonical questions, theological and practical, about what that act would mean for the Society and for the Church. I also believe that today, the Church, and especially the traditional movement within the Church, is far more aware of these issues than it was in 1988. There's more information, more access, and more engagement. So it's important that we approach this moment with clarity and seriousness. Now, I want to be very clear about what this episode is and what it is not. This is not a debate in the typical sense. And I'm not trying to frame this as the Church versus the SSPX, because that language can be very misleading and even harmful. Such language implies that the Society is outside the Church, and as far as I understand the issue, this is an incorrect statement. Their canonical situation is more properly described as irregular. We would all be well served to stop saying things like SSPX are a bunch of Protestants or they're a bunch of heretics. This is a lazy way of thinking and talking. The goal here is to understand the reality as clearly as possible. To do that, I've taken a very deliberate approach. I've prepared a set of structured questions after researching this issue in depth. I provided those questions to both participants well ahead of time. I will read these rather detailed questions one at a time and allow the guest to answer. This is not your typical podcast question. The questions are packed with significance. This is more of a deep interview rather than a conversation. We have recorded 2 separate interviews. One with Father Gerald Murray, a well-known canon lawyer who will present what I call the mainstream canonical perspective, and one with Father Jonathan Loop, a priest of the Society of St. Pius X, who will present the position of the Society. Now, each interview was conducted independently, and because of this, editing is necessary in order to present the good Father's responses in order, side by side, question by question, for you, the listener. However, be aware of 2 things. First, each of our guests' responses are included here in their full unedited form. Nothing's been removed from the responses they have shared with us. And second, in order to avoid any appearances of bias or unfair presentation, we've chosen to alternate the order of responses as we move through the interview, allowing each guest to go first, so to speak. Between responses, for those watching on video, we will include a brief graphical reminder of the question being answered. It's also worth noting, Father Murray was recommended by the Society themselves as someone who understands their position even while disagreeing with it. And I believe that says a lot about the good intentions and respect held by each of us involved in the production of this discussion. I've also intentionally limited the scope of this episode. We're not going to dive deep into the specific and deep theological debates surrounding Vatican II, things like religious liberty, ecumenism, or the Novus Ordo Mass, although we'll touch on it. These are critically important issues, and I do intend to address them in future episodes more fully. But this episode is focused on one question. What is the status of the Society, historically, presently in June 2026, and potentially in the near future, especially in light of the possibility of new episcopal consecrations? This is not an easy topic. There are many misconceptions. Speaking with these two well-educated, devout, and thoughtful priests was a fascinating experience for me. If at times it sounds as though I'm agreeing with both of them, that's because I often did. Not on every point, but on many. I am not interested in manufacturing disagreement where agreement exists, nor am I interested in occupying some comfortable middle ground. My aim is simply to be a faithful son of Holy Mother Church. Throughout this process, I have tried to maintain a firm commitment to one principle: never to step outside Holy Mother Church, even while recognizing that many of the questions discussed in this episode concern what precisely that commitment requires in our present circumstances. My hope is not that you leave this episode agreeing with everything I say or Father Murray says or Father Loop says. My hope is that you leave with a clear understanding of the facts, a deeper appreciation for the complexity of the issue, and a greater love for the Church founded by our Lord. The truth does not fear investigation. And if we approach these questions with humility, honesty, and charity, then whatever conclusions we reach, we will be better equipped to serve Christ and His Church. So, let us begin. Father Jonathan Loop of SSPX, thanks so much for being here. You have reviewed the questions ahead of time, and we're going to jump into some very detailed questions, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to make an opening statement and explain a little bit about yourself and anything about SSPX or anything you want to say, so go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Conor. It's a great pleasure to be here. Yes, so just for any of your listeners who may not know me, I actually am a convert. So I grew up as an Episcopalian in Southeast Idaho and didn't really know much about the Catholic Church growing up. In fact, I really mainly dealt with Mormons as a kid, though I would give them some credit for helping me in a remote way for finding the church, because I argued a lot with them, and that forced me to have to actually think through things. I actually ended up converting while I was at college. I was met some good young people, and they helped by just presenting to me the Baltimore Catechism, giving a basic and clear exposition of the church's teachings. And I had another Anglican friend who made the step before me, and his step really forced me to have to think about the question of the true church. And so within a few weeks of his decision, I received that grace to decide to become a Catholic. And that was after, say, my sophomore year. And I was, in fact, received directly into the church by a society priest down in Dallas, Texas, since I went to the University of Dallas. Mm-hmm. After that, I finished my coursework. I ended up getting a bachelor's in political philosophy. Excellent preparation for going on to be a priest. But I entered in the seminary that currently at the time the society had in Winona, Minnesota in the fall of that year, 2004. Went through the studies, was ordained in 2011, and then at this point have 3 assignments. First in Oregon, basically I took care of a small chapel in Portland, which is a charming place. Then I went to Post Falls, Idaho, where I was the principal of a boys' school, about 180 to 200 boys. And that was about 8 years. And most recently, I've been in St. Mary's, Kansas, where I kind of I'm responsible for the sacraments, the chapel there. We about 5,000 people, roughly.
But on that note, you would call yourself an administrator, not a pastor.
Correct, technically.
Precisely because of you guys don't recognize the jurisdictional aspect of SSPX, which I think is an important point.
Right. We'll use the word pastor, but we're very clear with people that that's not actually the official.
A juridical term.
Yeah, correct. So I'm mainly busy there with preparing people for marriage. Prepared about 90 people in the year and a half I've been there for marriage. Wow. Overseen about 200 baptisms and what have you. And I'll come back on that a little bit. And yeah, so that's kind of, I also teach in the college that we have there. I do a metaphysics class and an ethics class. And then just kind of a general remark about the society and our kind of way of approaching things and our attitude and our spirit. We, I think it's easy to have a caricature of us, from a distance at least, insofar as it does very much readily appear that, there's a certain, if you wish, a pride, a spirit of disobedience, just doing our own thing outside of the normal structures of the church's operation. And certainly it's an understandable thing at first glance, but I think it's, in the end, ultimately not correct. And if I may just emphasize two aspects of our spirit. The first is that the society was founded chiefly to serve priests and cultivate priestly holiness, both within its members, firstly and foremost, but then also in the church as a whole. Archbishop Lefebvre's original purpose was to have a cadre of well-formed priests, deeply versed in spiritual principles that would be available to help, especially diocesan priests, maintain a regularity in their spiritual life and strive after the sanctity that they were made for. It's St. John Marie Vianney. I remember reading his biography that he was really troubled by the fact that he was a parish priest because there had never been one canonized by the church. And he's like,
well, he changed that.
Yeah, he did. But obviously he was also very tempted to leave his parish. He's several times tried to go to the Trappists. And in a way, the idea behind the Archbishop was, and founding the society as just a congregation in the church, was to help priests and diocesan parish priests to live their holiness. And that also touches on a kind of our general approach, is that our deep desire is to serve the church. And that not just in a general way, but concretely with the current hierarchy, with the bishops, and ultimately with the Holy Father himself, Pope Leo XIV. And a simple sign of that is that in every instance, our superior generals have made an effort to meet with the popes to try to expose where we are and try to do what we can to try to resolve, obviously, the abnormal situation in which we find ourselves. And just there maybe as a point, which perhaps is something that might be misunderstanding on part of some listeners, is when we speak of the superior general, it's one who's in charge of the society. And currently our superior general is a priest by the name of Father Davide Pagliarani. And in fact, that's, if you wish, something of the norm for us, is that we're a priestly congregation, and the superior is intended, in fact, to be a priest and not one of the bishops. So it was for a time. So Bishop Fillet was the superior general for 2 terms, but not as such because he was a bishop. He's just at the time he was initially elected, obviously there was a great sense of confidence in his practical judgment and what have you. Nevertheless, when you had the original consecrations, the current superior general, and that was a priest by the name of Father Franz Schmidberger, who was at least joked about that he was passed over because he was superior general, so as not to create an ambiguity there. And again, that's sometimes a misunderstanding. We even, when Pope Francis asked the bishops to be willing to grant us the delegation to witness marriages, in at least one of our circle, or one of the dioceses, we would normally go to speak to the bishops, and at least one of them, after hearing the representatives who were there, the bishop was kind of confused, like, well, why are you asking me this? Don't you have your own bishops? Implied in his understanding, I think, was that, okay, wouldn't your bishops be granting you the delegation that from your point of view? And, we just had to explain, it's like, no, we don't view them as having that kind of authority. That's not their role.
Very good.
Yeah.
Father Murray, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you back. Before you give an opening statement, I'll just remind the audience that the SSPX actually recommended that you be the person who kind of represents this side. And I thought that said a lot about them and obviously a lot about you. They didn't want just anybody. They wanted somebody who's well-formed, well-educated, and sincere. And so I think they recommended just the right person. And I'm glad, because that's exactly who I was going to call anyway. So I'm glad you're here. Before we jump into the detailed questions Any kind of opening remarks about this general topic, about your own background, or anything you'd like to say, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been interested in the Society of St. Pius X for many years, followed Archbishop Lefebvre during his protest after the Second Vatican Council. I studied canon law from 1993 to 1997 in Rome, and I wrote my license, which is equivalent to a master's thesis, on the subject of the canonical status of those who were followers of the Society of Pius X and Archbishop Lefebvre. So I have studied in depth in the past this question, and that now the questions come back again, because back in 1988, it was the consecration of 4 bishops against the papal will, and we have the exact same thing about to happen in July of 2026. So thank you for the invitation to speak, and I hope to shed light on this. I am a canon lawyer, so there is a canonical aspect to this which is important, but it goes beyond that. It also has to do with the notions of ecclesiology, the church's understanding of what the church is and who governs it. Also has to do with the notion of spiritual mission of the church to bring the grace of Christ to people, and how is that accomplished in the church and according to how the church has established rules for conducting pastoral ministry. So I look forward to our conversation.
Great, thank you. Hey guys, real quick, we noticed 80% of you that watch the episodes are not subscribed. So please do me the favor and subscribe and hit the bell for notification. That helps you get the content, but it also helps this amazing stuff get spread to other people just like you. Thanks for your help. Now let's dive back in. So my first question is about the principle of necessity.
Sure.
The Society of St. Pius X argues that the church is in a serious crisis, and we'll discuss that question in just a moment. They argue that in extraordinary situations, like in a crisis, what canon law calls a, quote, state of necessity can arise, where actions that are normally forbidden might be justified to preserve the faith. We're going to put on screen Canon 1323 and 1324. They say that a person is not subject to a penalty if he, quote, acted under the compulsion of grave fear, even if only relative, or by reason of necessity, end quote, unless the act is intrinsically evil or harmful to souls. So before getting to the society's specific situation, let me ask in principle, can a state of necessity ever justify the consecration of bishops without papal approval, even if the Pope has explicitly forbidden it?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. And obviously, I think just to be frank and clear, obviously the society would answer yes, because we've done it once before. And the presupposition that, as it appears likely, Pope Leo does not let's say, grant that papal mandate, is likely to occur again on the 1st of July. And here I would say that a couple maybe brief reflections. And obviously, I think it has to be understood that to really and fully answer this question would require an amount of time and depth that is just not possible in our circumstances here. But I think as a way of answering that, it's interesting to look in canon law itself, where in fact, in the 1983 code, it's made explicit in the very last of the canons that the supreme law in the church is the salvation of souls. And that highlights a very radical principle in that the whole purpose of canon law, even the whole purpose even of obedience, is precisely to lead souls to the one true God, to our Lord Jesus Christ. And that's even in a sense indicated here, if somebody is under a certain fear or what have you, then barring, let's say, an intrinsically evil act, then that's going to excuse from any kind of penalty. And we'll touch on this a little bit more, I think, when we come to the whole more specifically asking about the question of excommunications and what have you. But I think to understand, the whole, obviously, when we're dealing with the consecration of a bishop as such is certainly not bad. It's not harmful for souls. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist in the church at all. So the question is, of course, doing it then outside of that normal protocol, if you wish. And as kind of a reflection there, we have to understand the current law of the church, that it is an excommunicable offense to consecrate a bishop without a papal mandate, is actually very new. In fact, it's in the 1983 code, but it was introduced in the 1950s. That law was, or that penalty was attached to the act. And it was specifically done in view of the concrete situation that was going on in China, where you had the Communist Party basically creating a legitimate parallel hierarchy and stripping Catholic bishops of from their dioceses and imposing new men that would be loyal to the Communist Party. And Pope Pius XII wrote he wrote two encyclicals in 1954 and 58. He also addressed the situation in 51, and he changed the law that reigned up until that time to make it now an excommunicable offense. And prior to that, in the 1917 code, to consecrate a bishop without papal mandate, without approval, merely led to a suspensa divinis. So in other words, it wasn't like you're not outside the church or anything like that. You just can't operate your order at this point. That's what a suspensa divinis means. You can't perform the actions proper to either a bishop or a priest, depending on what they are. And so clearly, in the history of the church, this was not viewed as something that was as such and necessarily opposed the unity of the church, and which would, of course, be something that's more problematic. Because of that hierarchy, because of, let's say, the fact on the one hand that the supreme law of the church is the salvation of souls, and we're not dealing with something which is, as it were, either intrinsically evil or, and this might come up later, something that's intrinsically linked to the constitution of the church. It's something where you could potentially find yourself where there's a proportionately grave reason to proceed with it. If, let's say, one were to make the judgment, and here, okay, let's leave aside whether that judgment is correct or not, practically, given the circumstances of the case. If one were to make a judgment that in order to serve the salvation of souls, what is normally a good provision of the canon law might legitimately be ignored, or it's not even ignoring, it is simply not observed in that instance. Because it's not that by, let's say, proceeding with that, we deny the principle that this is intrinsically a good thing. It is a good thing. It's good for the order of the church, etc. And when we speak of the salvation, what's necessary for the salvation of souls, fundamentally what we come to, you were telling me yesterday, you always ask the why. What do you need for the salvation of the souls? What's the ultimate root? And it's the faith. It's what we hear from St. Paul. He writes in the letter to the Hebrews that without faith, it's impossible to please God. And our Lord himself says after his resurrection to the apostles, it was in the gospel for this last Sunday's Mass, at least in the traditional order of Sundays, that he who believes will be saved, and he who does not will be. Well, actually, no, I apologize, I'm getting that confused. But it's not this past Sunday's gospel. One or the other, as he's sending them off in their commissions, like who believes and is baptized will be saved, who does not will be condemned. Mm-hmm. People need the faith and everything that flows from that, as far as one's practical conduct in life and the sacraments, etc. And fundamentally, what we would judge is that given the situation in the church, we're faced with the situation where to receive the faith in its integrity right now is frankly only possible in this circumstance. To be able to provide, bishops who will then give ordained priests who have an integral formation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Can I ask that?
Yeah.
Would the typical? Do you think when they wrote this provision about there being a necessity can justify this? Are they thinking more like nuclear war, or there's like war and you can't, bishops can't communicate with Rome behind enemy lines? Like, is there?
Well, they're not talking about specifically, episcopal consecration here. So that's not. This is more general.
Right.
And I think it might even be easier to see. Like, there's actually other instances in canon law where, for example, when somebody's in danger of death, any validly ordained priest can hear their confession.
Even if they've had their faculties removed.
Absolutely.
And stuff like that, right?
And
that's an example there of they would be doing something that is violating the law, but it's not anymore because
Correct.
It was a grave necessity.
And it's written into the law in that case. So you have the canons that specifically point out, okay, look, in this scenario, anybody can absolve, right. Because the goal is precisely to succor this person at the last minute. Right. And there's, at the beginning of the canons, it's 1917 Code Canon 20, says that, okay, look, if there's a situation that arises that's not specifically dealt with in canon law, then it's reasonable by an equity of the law to apply in a proportionate manner principles that govern other, let's say, other similar situations, with the exception of penalties. You can't absolve yourself of a penalty there. Mm-hmm. But that was something that, for example, when we talk about in previous times before Pope Francis gave us that delegation to hear or jurisdiction to hear confessions, we looked at certain instances where the church would say, okay, look, in this exceptional circumstance, the church will supply jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. And argued that, okay, look, you can make an analogy here. It's not the exact same thing, but there is an analogy.
Okay. In principle, can necessity justify extreme or extraordinary actions such as the consecration of bishops without papal approval?
There are two questions that have to be looked at. Can you ordain someone a bishop without papal approval? And the answer is yes, because there are circumstances where the good of souls demands that, and that happened during the communist period in Czechoslovakia, where bishops were ordained without having received a papal mandate, because the clergy was imprisoned, the communist government was making it difficult for the church to carry out its mission. This is not the first time where that's happened. But that was not against the papal will. It was simply to supply the need for bishops in Czechoslovakia so they could ordain priests so that the pastoral mission could continue. The question is, to do it against the papal will, no. Then the state of necessity that is asserted doesn't exist, meaning the necessity to ordain these men bishops, because the ordination of bishops involves communion with the Roman pontiff. So if the Pope has specifically said, do not proceed to ordain this or number of men to the episcopate, he's made it quite clear that in his judgment, there is no need for this, and it is against his decision that these men should not be ordained bishop or consecrated. The words are equivalent. So you can't just say that the church is in grave need of this, because the church has a means to provide bishops for the church, which is by the papal selection and approval. So that is the necessity to ordain a bishop is not like in a communist country where there's persecution. The Pope is freely able to provide for bishops in the world, and that's what we have to abide by. The fact that a group of people comes to the Pope and says, we want this man to be ordained a bishop because there's a necessity to have this man ordained, that's really not according to the nature of the church. And that's the broader question. The church does not consist of a group of faithful people who decide who they want to be their bishop and then tell the Pope, either you give us permission to do it or we're going to do it on our own, employing some other bishop to do the consecration. So the necessity is asserted. And I also would like to refer in Canon 1323, number 4, if the act tends to be harmful to souls. So giving scandal by disobeying the Pope is harmful to souls because it encourages other acts of disobedience. And it also is harmful to souls because it teaches that the episcopate can be formed in opposition to the will of the chief shepherd, meaning that the number of bishops can increase and their pastoral duties can be assigned without any reference to being in communion with the Pope, in fact, against the express will of the Pope.
A related topic here, sort of as a follow-up, there are examples where in history where a pope instructed a local bishop to ordain his nephew, and that bishop said, no, he's not willing. This is horrible nepotism. I'm not doing that. So there was a disobedience there. But is that different in saying, no, I can't obey the Holy Father in this circumstance because I think I have to disobey him? Is, in your mind, is that different than proactively going out and ordaining against a papal mandate to the contrary?
It is different because, number one, it's the ordination of a priest. It's not the ordination of a bishop. The bishop is the high priest, and the bishop is a shepherd as a successor of the apostles. He's part of the episcopate. Now, there's a debate whether he's a member of the Episcopal College, as it's referred to in doctrine and law, because you have bishops who are recognized as valid who are not part of the Episcopal College, namely Orthodox bishops, Greek, Russian, etc. But in the Latin Church, papal permission or papal mandate is necessary to proceed to ordain someone to the episcopate, whereas to ordain a priest, that's the decision of the bishop himself, and he has to, in good conscience, he could say, I don't find this candidate suitable to be ordained a priest. And if the Pope said, you have to do it, to not do it would be, the Pope could then penalize that bishop for disobedience, but that's not a schismatic act to deny that, to refuse to ordain a priest because the Pope instructs you to. In fact, it would be, you could just turn to the Pope and say, well, Holy Father, if you think he should be ordained priest, then you should ordain him. Because, by the way, when you ordain someone, he's subject to your authority. So in other words, for a bishop, he's part of the diocese, and he becomes responsible for him. Now, if he thinks he's unsuitable to be ordained a priest, then he's going to be unsuitable to be given a pastoral assignment.
Continuing on this principle of necessity, the Society very much argues that there is a rupture in Vatican II on the issue of religious liberty. So here's my question. Archbishop Lefebvre argued in the years leading up to the 1988 consecration that the Church was undergoing a profound crisis. He pointed to both broader developments in and after the Second Vatican Council, such as changes in liturgy, ecumenism, and religious liberty. Rightly or wrongly, he believed the heresy of modernism had infiltrated the documents of the Second Vatican Council, the new Mass, and the Church at large. I believe it's accurate to say that the entire issue of the SSPX status, or their argument, I should say, turns on the issue of necessity, as we were just talking about. They argue that the Church is in a profound crisis. They also say that if this necessity is not present, then their entire argument falls apart. So in short, they admit that everything turns on the issue of necessity. Thus, I have a few questions about what this means. It is important to note that the Society's issue is not merely liturgical, as many wrongly assume. Rather, it is doctrinal, I think, more than anything. And any in-depth analysis of the SSPX situation must include the Society's interpretation of Vatican II's emphasis on ecumenism and religious liberty. They contend that the document on religious liberty, Dignitatis Humani, is a rupture from the traditional teaching on the topic of religious liberty. Here are some of my own extractions. We won't go through it in detail, but I've taken previous papal documents in comparison with Dignitatis Humani. Scroll down a little bit, Kevin, and we're not going to read these, but I took the time to pull out quotes directly from the document of the Second Vatican Council and finding many popes' statements prior, really since from the French Revolution up to Vatican II, that I think to most people they look at and say, wow, that looks like a contradiction. Now, some people argue it's not, but sometimes it looks like that. Essentially my question is, in your assessment, do you think at Vatican II on the issue of religious liberty, there was a rupture with the tradition?
I'll answer that, but let me get back to, I just want to throw this point. As you say, the Society of Pius X's case rests upon their assertion that there's a state of necessity in the church requiring them to ordain new bishops or consecrate new bishops. And so therefore they're making a connection between there's a necessity to do this in order to solve the crisis in the church that they identify. So my answer to that is, in no way can you state that it is necessary for these 4 men to be consecrated bishops in July as a necessary means to respond to the crisis, to solve it, or to at least promote a solution to the crisis that they identify being a doctrinal problem in the church, not only on religious liberty, but other things. There's no logical connection between that, because the solution to a doctrinal crisis is not that these 4 men become bishops. The solution to a doctrinal crisis is that the Holy See and the Catholic world in general teaches and adheres to true doctrine. And that is accomplished through other means. And those means do not necessarily include the fact that these 4 men become bishops.
So let me rephrase that,
Yes.
see if I understand. So you're saying that even if there is a crisis, and even if there is a doctrinal crisis, a rupture with tradition, even if, you haven't said that there is, but even if there is,
I'll get to that.
Then ordaining these men does not solve that problem. Therefore, it would kind of fail the test of necessity under canon law.
That's correct. If these men are not ordained bishops, the crisis will be solved. The solution to the crisis is not deprived. In other words, if these men are ordained bishops, now we have the means to solve the doctrinal crisis in the church. No, you have the means to keep the Society of Pius X in a position to ordain its own priests without papal permission, because they're being ordained by bishops that don't have the right to ordain priests. Because if you are not in full communion with the church, you're not supposed to, violate canon law. So as regards the crisis in the church, there are many discussions to be had about religious liberty. It's been studied. Father Brian Harrison, that was a monk at Lefebvre, who did his doctoral thesis, published on the question. There are differences in the way religious liberty is treated in previous papal documents to what was done at the council. But the question is, did the church repudiate its teaching? And I don't think it did. What it did is change its analysis of how civil governments are meant to deal with the question of multiplicity of religions in countries where Catholics form the majority. And that isn't a prudential judgment. I'll give you an example. You would have Catholic countries in the past where Protestant ministers were not allowed to preach in public, where their churches could not have the same prominence as a Catholic church. In other words, they had to be either hidden, or the appearance of it wouldn't lead you to know there was a church. There were in Rome, for instance, during the Papal States, you were not allowed to build a Protestant church. And when the Garibaldi, et cetera, overthrew the Papal States, then they started building Protestant churches in Rome. That was a judgment by the Holy See and then other places too, that people seeing Protestant churches in a Catholic country would be an enticement for them to then join those churches. But that's a judgment, that's a prudential judgment, because you could also say, well, the enticement's not that great, but it does provide a place for people who don't accept Catholicism where they can worship God, even if their church is teaching heretical teachings and the like. The same goes with provisions about, who is going to be allowed into a Catholic country, who can exercise teaching authority, who can establish schools, and all the rest. So a monopoly on the political power by Catholic monarchs, the Holy See supported laws to defend the Catholic religion from outside influences, mainly Protestants. The church has changed its judgment on what's the prudent thing to do. Part of it is in response to the changes in society that, Catholic countries do have more exchange of population with non-Catholics, and what is a prudent way to do it. And then also realization that depriving non-Catholics of opportunities to worship was not fully respecting their right, which is a right as a person not to be coerced to act against your conscience. So now it's debatable which is prudent or not, and Father Harrison is an authority on all of this. But there is no change in doctrine. The Church is not teaching that error has similar rights to truth, because that's an abstraction. But truth is not a person in the sense of, if I say, could you invite truth into the room? They can't. People believe in truth. The Church teaches truth. Now, Christ is the truth, and he is a person, but he doesn't exercise direct dominion over us in the way in this sense. He is supreme ruler and authority, but he's given to the Church to carry out the mission of teaching his doctrine and ruling his people. And the Church has to make prudential judgments based on its understanding of the doctrine and then how that applies. So,
but I think the issue is more that the Dignitatis Humani appears to give a moral mandate to state legislature saying you must remove preferential treatment for Catholics from your Constitution. And in fact, John Paul II and others went and like John Paul II went to the government of Italy and said, you need to amend your Constitution.
Yeah, they did that. But that's a prudential judgment. It's not saying we no longer believe we're the one true Church. It's just to say
no. But it's saying that the government has a moral duty now.
If they listen to us, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's not about a statement about our religion. It's a statement about the morality demands on the government. So he's going to men in the state legislature saying, you must amend your Constitution to give. That's creating a moral duty that wasn't there before. And I think that's kind of the issue.
Yeah, but the duty is, again, a prudential judgment. The Catholic Church says it's the most effective means of promoting the mission of the Church to tell states
it's prudential judgment.
You must not allow Protestants teaching in the school, or now you must offer that to Protestants.
Yeah.
I like the old system, but remember, the old system is based on the fact that Catholicism was the 99% of the people were Catholic, or equivalent unanimity, and that the government actively wanted to promote religion because the king was a Catholic and he wanted to. The circumstances changed.
Yeah, this was not planned, so this is a follow-up question. But last night at dinner, this morning in the car ride, we talked about Pope Leo's brand new encyclical that just came out the other day, and he states that just war theory is outdated. That sounds to me like a rupture with tradition. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that the society is pointing to, that the post-conciliar popes are continually making statements that are a rupture. Vatican II documents is a different issue, but I'm just saying we just have seen an example of the type of thing they point to say rupture with tradition. Now, whether that rises to the level of necessity, that's their argument that it does. But do you have anything to say? I hate to put you on the spot about a brand new document, but if you were on the world over, they might ask you.
We always get questions.
Did Leo the 14th just say something that breaks with the tradition?
He said something which I don't agree with, and he didn't propose it as a doctrinal definition, and he didn't state what that means, what outdated means. I think this is a use of imprecise language. Pope Francis did the same when he published in the Catechism a revision on the death penalty, saying it's inadmissible. Inadmissible and outdated are not theological doctrinal terms. They're either legal or, outdated is kind of like a sociological observation that something doesn't fit in with the way things are done at the present moment. It was what was done in the past, but not in the present. So again, I'm not going to deny that there are crises in the Church subsequent to the Vatican Council teaching being published, and then, subsequently to that, other things being said.
Yes.
The real issue, though, is there a necessary means of solving this crisis is that 4 men get ordained bishop in July. There's no logical connection to that.
Is there a rupture from tradition after the Second Vatican Council on the issue of religious liberty?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we may, let's say, discuss this in more detail in a separate setting, but certainly, let's say, the position of this society, and I don't, in a certain sense, I think that's perhaps a bad way to phrase it. I think just objective reality is that there is a fundamentally different take on this question, both before the Second Vatican Council and after. Obviously, you've highlighted a number of, we could just even take the very first one there. This Vatican Council declares that the human person has a right to religious freedom. And then what Gregory XVI wrote in his first encyclical, Mirari Vos, the shameful font of indifferentism gives rise to the absurd and erroneous proposition which claims that liberty of conscience must be maintained for everyone. And obviously Pius IX refers back to that in Quanta Cura, which is a document that was introducing the syllabus of errors. Mm-hmm. And he there, of course, notes that he condemns the opinion called by Gregory XVI an insanity, that liberty of conscience and worship is each man's personal right.
So, I mean, this is just one of countless examples.
Correct.
And this is Pius IX mm-hmm. calling, and actually Gregory the 16th as well. These both popes are calling that statement that's in the Second Vatican Council an insanity.
Correct. Ultimately, yes. Although, I mean, what the defenders of this, and there are a number of people who kind of, it's not as though we're the first to look at these kind of statements side by side and say, oh wow, they seem to be saying quite different things. So a number of who are on a certain sense, there's a goodwill there, and who want to, and I think it's not an unhealthy, if you wish,
agenda?
Not agenda, instinct is what I want to say. Okay. To want to say, okay, look, how can we reconcile these things? So you have people like,
Benedict the 16th. I mean,
for example, I was thinking more like scholars, and unfortunately, the guy's name I apologize. Oh man, that's embarrassing.
Maritain, Journet.
You have them. So Cardinal Journet, he was at the time of the Second Vatican Council. He died he died in the 1970s, in fact. And Jacques Maritain as well. I was thinking more recent. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry. If it comes to me, I'll let you know.
It'll come to you middle of the night.
Yeah. Frank Nutt, he's a scholar. He wrote an article saying, okay, look, Cardinal Journet successfully did this, successfully reconciled them. You have a Benedictine in, I think it's Le Bourreau, who did this huge and massive study, like 2,000 pages, trying to show that, okay, ultimately they're saying the same thing. When fundamentally, what we're dealing with is quite simply not compatible. They're two fundamentally different things. And I think one way of illustrating that, if I may, is Leo XIII, well, in fact, Gregory XVI, Pius IX, all of them, they say it's a sin, fundamentally, for a state to admit this as a matter of principle, which is different than toleration. Because all of these popes would be quite fine with saying, okay, look, given the circumstances, we may be in a situation where we cannot truly apply the principle of Christ the King, and as a consequence must allow a certain, if you wish,
tolerance,
ability to operate openly, etc., but it can never be declared a right. Immortale Dei, Leo XIII is fairly clear about that. But he's also, he's this quote from Libertas, liberty of worship is based on the principle that every man is free to profess as he may choose, any religion or none. There's no liberty, but it's degradation. It's an offense against God. Whereas Dignitatis Humanae will state, and again, I think it would be interesting to go through this in more detail in another conference or another interview, that it is against the order willed by God to prevent people from their ability to freely express individually and as a society, as a different religion, their beliefs, which, and if it's against the order willed by God, well, what is that? What was another name for that, if not sin? So basically, fundamentally, what Leo XIII called a sinful thing, they're saying is the right order, and what he declared as a toleration and an evil. And the more that you have to tolerate it, when he says, okay, look, there's times you have to tolerate it, but the more you have to do that, the more evil your society is. They call that the order willed by God. So just a very concrete way to see that contrast is the fact that in the year 2000, John Paul II, the Pope at the time, organized, obviously, a jubilee. And as part of that, one of the events of the year, which he held on the first Sunday of Lent, which that year was the 12th of March, which is the feast of St. Gregory the Great, he held a day of pardon service where a number of cardinals and bishops joined him in addressing prayers for forgiveness to God, asking reparation or making reparation for sins committed by members of the church in the previous ages. And one of the things is a confession of sins committed in the service of the truth. So Cardinal Ratzinger at the time introduced this, and he says, "Let us pray that each one of us, looking to the Lord Jesus, meek and humble of heart, will recognize that even men of the church, in the name of the faith and morals, have sometimes used methods not in keeping with the gospel and the solemn duty of defending the truth." And the Holy Father, after a moment of prayer, responded, "God of all men and women, in certain periods of history, Christians have at times given into intolerance and have not been faithful to the great commandment of love, sullying in this way the face of the church, your spouse. Have mercy on your sinful children and accept our resolve to seek and promote the truth in the gentleness of charity, in the firm knowledge that truth can only prevail in virtue of the truth itself." Which is interesting because that's a quote that's very similar to something that Thomas Jefferson says. And introducing the Jubilee, John Paul II wrote a letter, an apostolic letter called Tertium Millennio Adveniente. And in that, he writes and explains and expounds a little bit more in depth. He says, "Another painful chapter of history to which the sons and daughters of the church must return with a spirit of repentance is that of the acquiescence given, especially in certain centuries, to intolerance and even the use of violence in the service of the truth. It is true that an accurate historical judgment cannot prescinde from careful study of the cultural conditioning of the times, as a result of which many people may have held in good faith that an authentic witness to the truth could include suppressing the opinions of others, or at least paying no attention to them. Many factors frequently converged to create assumptions which justified intolerance and fostered an emotional climate from which only great spirits, truly free and filled with God, were in some way able to break free. Yet the consideration of mitigating factors does not exonerate the Church from the obligation to express profound regret for the weakness of so many of her sons and daughters who sullied her face, preventing her from fully mirroring the image of her crucified Lord, the supreme witness of patient love and of humble meekness." So suppressing the opinions of others would mean certainly that.
So you're saying that John Paul II is apologizing.
He's apologizing
for many of the encyclicals written really between the French Revolution and the Second Vatican Council in regards to the moral duties of the state in regards to supporting or defending the truth of the Catholic faith. Did I get that right?
There's no way to avoid that conclusion.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's talking more about the actions. So you think about Christian rulers and or St. Augustine. St. Augustine, he, I apologize, I'm not going to remember what this is. But I did my senior thesis on religious liberty in college. And I came across a passage of his where he's like if we can obviously look this up.
Sorry.
But he's like, I used to think that, we shouldn't prevent people from expressing their things. But now actually it's really good because it helps people who are weak in their faith not get, drawn away, etc. And so you have both the actions and then the principles underlying them. And he's talking about, are the children, but the children are only doing what the fathers tell them, and what these popes are expressing is not new. They're fundamentally just articulating what the church had always understood as required in a Christian society. It's just that at that time, and obviously in the late 1700s, early 1800s, you have a more systematic and principled theoretical attack on that.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously with the Enlightenment, with say someone like John Locke, who's obviously a little earlier than them, or what have you, where you have this argument now that you must grant religious liberty to anybody and all, and it's obviously where our country is deeply founded in.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're having to be a little bit more systematic in their articulation of why this is a problem.
Right. So we're going to spend more time in another episode talking in great depth about the religious liberty. We're going to go through this. Kevin, just scroll down so people can just get a little taste for what's called the syllabus of errors.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And that's something that, you want to give them just the highlights of what that even means. I think most people have no idea.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, because again, I think the vast majority of Catholics have only been informed of things post-Vatican II. I mean, the syllabus of errors was fairly new to me not too long ago. I'm embarrassed to say. So it's like, anyway, go ahead.
Sure. No, I mean, it's published in 1864. So just by some situation, it's about 10 years after the definition of the dogma of the Immaculate Conception of Our Lady. It's about 6 years before this First Vatican Council, actually. And obviously part of the context is in the 1800s, you have the principles of the Enlightenment. If you want, the principles guiding the Masonic societies or whatever are gaining for more and more ground and causing more and more damage in societies throughout Europe and also, of course, in other parts of the world. And basically, the syllabus of errors is not something new that Pius IX put together. He more or less collated things that he had said and taught throughout a number of his previous either allocutions, his encyclicals, whatever, and just gathered them into a list of 80 propositions on various modern errors, dealing with a whole range of different things. Like there's errors dealing with marriage, errors dealing with the constitution of society. And as you have here on the last one, some of the errors that would affect the papacy itself.
Let me read a couple, if you
sure.
don't mind. So, okay, I want people to hear this.
Yeah.
Every man is free to embrace and profess that religion which, guided by the light of reason, he shall consider true. That sounds like it came from Dignitatis Humani at the Second Vatican Council. That is a condemned statement by Pope Pius IX.
Right.
It is in the present day, it is no longer expedient that the Catholic religion should be held as the only religion of the state to the exclusion of all other forms of worship. That sounds like it came from the Second Vatican Council. It is condemned by Pius IX. And we could go on and on and on. Scroll down, Kevin. You see, we're all the way up at Proposition 79. There's a ton of these.
Yep.
But here's the point for this.
The one, if I may,
sure.
Syllabus Proposition 78 is more specifically opposed because people who defend Dignitatis Humani will say, okay, well, look, Dignitatis Humani will still say, firstly, that people have an obligation to find the truth, and secondly, that the state should foster religious life. So we can talk about that more in detail, what that actually concretely means. So they would say, oh, well, actually that doesn't apply there. But in 78, it's widely decided by law in Catholic countries that person coming to reside therein shall enjoy the public exercise of their own peculiar worship. Mm-hmm. He's condemning, saying that is wrong. That is specifically what Dignitatis Humani is saying is man has a natural right to.
Yes.
So in other words, either Pope Pius IX didn't understand the natural law, as willed by God, or what they're saying is fundamentally at odds with what he's condemning.
All right. So let me ask you this. I know the point of this. I want the listeners to understand the point of this is that SSPX hangs a lot of their hats on the religious liberty topic. Is that fair to say? I mean, that's a flippant way of saying it.
I wouldn't say it's the heart of it.
Okay.
I'd say closer to the heart is ecumenism.
Ecumenism, which we're going to get to in the
right.
next question. The Second Vatican Council is a council, and we're going to actually have another question about that. So we'll get it. But a lot of people looking at these statements from encyclicals by popes would say, well, encyclicals aren't infallible. So how do you answer that? Well, Pope Pius IX is not speaking ex cathedra, like defining a dogma of Mary or something. How do you answer that? Because you say, oh, well, that's not infallible, and that's not infallible, and that's not infallible. Leo the 13th is not infallible.
Sure.
Pius the 12th is not infallible. You keep going, doing this over and over again.
Yeah.
At a certain point, you have to start saying, well, isn't this sort of like the ordinary magisterial
Sure.
teaching of the church over centuries?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how do you handle that? Because any individual encyclical, I mean, I can't hold it to be infallible because then I have to talk about Amoris Laetitia. You know,
Sure.
so what do you do with that issue of authority from papal encyclicals?
Well, I mean, that fundamentally that's going to depend, because let's say the exercise of the infallibility of the Holy Father, which was in fact defined at Vatican I 6 years after this series of documents was published, doesn't make a distinction between, the Holy Father is, infallible in these circumstances, and he's when he does this in a sense, and non-infallible when he writes an encyclical, meaning that an encyclical could be an exercise of the extraordinary infallibility that he's been granted by virtue of his office. What it rather does is look through these conditions, which when they're fulfilled, can engage that office when he's, touching on a matter of faith and morals, when he's speaking as the head of all Christians, the successor of St. Peter, when he's addressing all Christians and obliging them to accept what he's saying. And in fact, again, it's not something that's easy necessarily in each instance to judge, but you have the exercise of that with the declaration of the infallibility the Immaculate Conception of Our Lady. You also have it with the declaration of her assumption, body and soul, into heaven, 1950 under Pius XII. And they made it very solemn acts, but theoretically, they could have sufficed, they could have contented themselves with just writing an encyclical. And some have made the argument, I know Archbishop Lefebvre did, that Quanta Cura, where he introduced this and where he speaks in some detail about some of these things that he collects and
that
includes
is
this.
Pius X.
Quanta Cura is Pius IX.
Pius IX.
Yeah, so I apologize. Syllabus of Errors goes together with Quanta Cura.
Yes, it does. That's right.
He makes the argument that you can find those conditions verified in that document as he's approaching these things. Okay, you have these things I define, I teach, DAC. It's not definitive. You'd have to have the church ultimately to say, okay, yes, that was engaged, the infallibility, because again, he doesn't explicitly say I'm being infallible right now. But it doesn't rest on the intention of the Holy Father. It's not just a magic charism that happens whenever he says something. And in fact, it's interesting because in Vatican I, in the same section where the doctrine of infallibility is defined, they make a caveat. They say, okay, look, this charism of infallibility was granted to Peter and his successors, not that they might define any new doctrine, but simply expound faithfully and develop religiously or protect religiously the deposit of faith that was granted to the apostles. So the church's teaching is that all revelation, public revelation necessary to believe, ended with the death of St. John, the last of the apostles. And after that, the church simply clarifies and defends if something is attacked or what have you. You can't introduce new doctrine. And so coming back to your question, okay, look, if you have this constant understanding, let's say, even if it is merely on the ordinary magisterium, which means that you've had all the Holy Fathers, the bishops throughout the world, through all time, have taught the same thing, and all of a sudden you have introducing something that is the opposite of what they've said, that creates a grave problem. Because the extraordinary magisterium can't be used to introduce something that's at odds with that, nor can the ordinary magisterium. It just doesn't work that way. So, and maybe to come back to, we're talking about this in the context of the state of necessity,
right?
Because, and I think just to tie this in, that this is kind of theoretical right now. It does touch very much on the honor of God, but at the same time, this immensely impacts the salvation of souls. So in writing something, in fact, that I composed in response to that, an article that was written by this gentleman, Frank Nutt, about Cardinal Journet, I did a little bit of research about what happened in South America, because, it's always kind of an interesting thing. You have a sense, I always kind of like to do this, which is a country in the world that has the most Catholics by numbers.
Which country?
Yeah.
By numbers. Oh man. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would guess something like India, because they have so many people,
Okay,
and
fair.
even a small percentage of them is way more than the United
That's
States.
fair.
I don't know, but
That's fair.
is it South America?
Well, it's Brazil.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So because it's about
Somewhere in South America. I
Yeah,
should say.
yeah.
Okay.
I kind of led into that a little bit,
Right.
but
Right. I figured, but
well, it's also if
I
you-
probably would have said maybe even China. I mean, because there's just so many people. Nonetheless,
Yeah.
Brazil has the most Catholics
Yeah.
of any country. Okay.
Yeah. And in the region as a whole, you have something like 600 million people. It was the most Catholic region in the whole world because of the work of the Catholic missionaries, the at least initially the empires of Spain and Portugal. So the vast majority of people were Catholic in those countries. Like up into the 1960s, upwards of 90 to 95% in most of those countries. Interesting, like Leo XIII wrote a letter to the Emperor of Brazil in the 1880s, where he really harshly condemned him for considering introducing religious liberty into his country.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very fascinating
Interesting.
letter. And
This is Leo XIII, right? So,
Yeah.
So I mean, this guy gave us the Rerum Novarum, which is
Yep.
one of my favorite documents. He gave us St. Michael the Archangel prayer.
Yep.
He was clearly prophetic.
Yep.
Wrote a number of encyclicals. This is Tan's great book, Popes Against Modern Errors.
yeah, my copy is rather dog-eared.
Yeah,
for that.
I mean, I think Leo wrote 8 encyclicals about Freemasonry. So I mean, it's he was on this issue big time.
Oh yeah, for
Keep
sure.
going. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But anyways, though we can talk about this more in detail. I'll just kind of give the overview. But what you found is that most of the countries in South America revised their constitutions in the wake of Vatican II.
Yes.
Some of them, had already had some measure of religious liberty, but now there's a much greater emphasis and, promoting of it. And
But friendly amendment to that, I think it was the Vatican put the pressure on these
on several
state
countries, yes.
countries on their legislatures to say, hey, you guys need to amend your constitutions to
Correct.
remove reference that the Catholic Church is the one true faith. You need to remove that from your constitution. And my understanding, could be wrong, John Paul II put the pressure big time on Italy.
Oh yeah.
Himself. And then once he prevailed in getting them to remove this from their constitution.
Yep.
I mean, these guys were in the Constitution Amendment business.
Yeah,
And he celebrated it from the balcony once they did it.
Well, yeah. So that was in 1984 when Italy changed its treaty with the Vatican. And they specifically point to Dignitatis Humanae, where they said we're no longer going to call Catholicism the official religion of Italy.
I'm just telling you, Father, like, I think you live in a very different kind of bubble than I do. Like, my bubble is probably different in certain
That's
ways.
fair.
But I have told that since I learned it about the Vatican and then John Paul II pressuring countries in their constitution. I've probably told that to 15 people or so in the last month. Every single one of them is kind of shocked.
Well, sure. Well, I think we'll get a few more shocking things. But here concretely, what that means is now. So I was looking at some, gatherers of statistics in South America, and if they're any way accurate, most South American countries now, the average population that identifies as Catholic is in the 50% range.
Mm-hmm.
So that means in the last 50, 60 years, you've gone from nearly 100% in most countries, 90s, to 50%, and sometimes very dramatically. One of them was saying, okay, look, we found in our measurement of things that 16% of people are former Catholics. And that sounds whatever in this whole region. That sounds whatever until you start realizing that's 600 million people. So that's roughly 100 million people who have left the faith. And in large measure, it's not because people read Dignitatis Humanae. I'm not saying that they read Dignitatis Humanae. It's like, well, I'm going to practice my conscience. But concretely, that dissolving of the societal atmosphere that supported the faith in that manner easily allowed all sorts of other people to come in. Like my friends, they did missions, Mormons, from high school. They do missions. One of my good friends went to Argentina to do a mission. I asked him, as I was reading these things, basically everybody that I talked to was either Catholic or former Catholic, and they specify in getting people in.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to
Sure.
the next question. For 17 years, I've been making ebooks and audiobooks of this amazing TAN library. And it's always been frustrating to me that I had to go to Kindle or Audible or wherever to get my own books from TAN. But now finally we have the TAN digital app. We have 900 plus ebooks and 300 plus audiobooks. These amazing writings of the saints, these spiritual classics, the most important books ever composed. The TAN digital app is the perfect place to where you can listen to this amazing stuff in the car or when you're on the treadmill or whatever you're doing. I'm personally using this. I love it. I know you will too. Go to Google Play or the App Store to get the TAN digital app. One particular event for Archbishop Lefebvre manifested the heresy of modernism more than any other, and it fell within the realm of Ecumenism. It was the 1986 interreligious gathering in Assisi in which Pope John Paul II gathered world religions and invited them all to pray to their gods on the sacred ground of the Basilica of St. Francis. The Archbishop also refers to John Paul II allowing a Buddhist ritual to take place in a Catholic church. In his 1988 consecration homily, he said the following of the Assisi event, quote, "I really believe that there has never been a greater iniquity in the church than Assisi, which is contrary to the first commandment of God and the first article of the Creed. It is incredible that something like that could have ever taken place in the church, in the eyes of the whole church. How humiliating. We have never undergone such a humiliation," end quote. Based on both the broader state of the post-conciliar church and this particular example of the quote-unquote spirit of Vatican II at work in Assisi, Archbishop Lefebvre concluded that a, quote, state of necessity existed, requiring extraordinary measures to preserve the faith. So let me ask, given these examples, did such a state of necessity actually exist in 1988?
So again, it's a very good question. Obviously, I mean, I think it's clear from even the excerpt from his sermon that you gave that he certainly would answer that question in the affirmative. And let me add maybe a clarification there, because he judged the sign. There's two signs actually that he kind of saw as indications of divine providence that it would be the time to proceed, and the first of which was the response of Rome to some dubia about religious liberty that he gave, and which he judged to be very grave because they reaffirmed a lot of the principles that we were just kind of giving a brief overview there. But then here, with the gathering that the Pope organized all this, like he was the driver of this. And in fact, I'm going to, if you don't mind, quote a few comments that the Pope John Paul II gave later in that same year explaining the significance of the event. Yes. But it was not merely the fact that the Pope had organized this. First time ever in the history of the church you have anything remotely like this. But the fact that throughout the world, almost no bishops said anything. There is no response. So it indicates that state of necessity in two senses. One, this grave objective offense against the first commandment of God by the one who received authority from God to preach his name. And then secondly, the fact that there was either through cowardice, either through indifference, either through conviction, no of the princes of the church were willing to rebuke him, to do what St. Paul did with St. Peter, as is laid out in the letter to the Galatians. And that, of course, concretely for him, you have to understand what that means is I'm, at that time, say 86, Archbishop Lefebvre is 81 years old. He was born in 1905. And it's clear to him, it's like, look, God's going to call me fairly soon. When I die, what's going to happen to these souls, these priests who are trying to transmit the faith and its integrity and the practice of the Catholic life for souls who seek it? Which bishops are going to consecrate them? And on what terms? If basically none of the bishops throughout the world see this as a problem.
I see the connection now.
Yeah. What guarantee would any of them, let's say, be willing to continue to ordain these priests and to do so, without demanding that, okay, you have to accept everything. That's basically destroying the church right now. And so that was kind of definitive for him. And I think it's more and more interesting when you start looking at the mindset of the Holy Father. The Holy Father is, again, he is the head of the church. He is the one who has received this responsibility from our Lord to confirm his brethren in the faith. When he starts talking about that event, and so he gave a speech in December of 1986, same year, on the 22nd of that month, to the cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's the traditional Christmas greeting to the Curia, the cardinals. And he decided on that occasion to say, okay, look, the biggest religious event this year was Assisi. Let's talk about it. What does it mean? And he's, amongst other things, it's a very interesting speech. It's well worth reading. The translation I got there is on EWTN's website.
Yes, I have seen it, yeah.
Yeah, and he says the appropriate key to interpret such a great event derives from the teachings of the Second Vatican Council. So from his point of view, Assisi is possible because of the Second Vatican Council, and it's an interpretation of it, which in a breathtaking way associates rigorous fidelity to biblical revelation. Good. And the tradition of the church, with the awareness of the needs, the anxieties of our times, expressed in such eloquent, quote, signs, which he's a reference to Gaudium et Spes. And a little bit later in the document, he says, the event of Assisi can thus be considered a visible illustration, an exegesis of the events, a catechesis, intelligible to all, of what is presupposed and signified by the commitment to ecumenism and the interreligious dialogue, which was recommended and promoted by the Second Vatican Council.
So what he's saying is, I have just brought the Second Vatican Council into practice.
Certain elements of it, certainly.
That's
especially he's referring specifically to the conciliar document Unitatis Redintegratio, which is about ecumenism with Christians, and Nostra Aetate, which is about ecumenism with non-Christians.
Jews, Hindus, Muslims.
Right.
And that document, which is a whole nother issue,
Sure.
but it is like he sings the praises of Hindu and Buddhism. Not him, I'm sorry, the Council Fathers.
Right.
But John Paul II sees like, hey, we've got to put these documents. I was a young theologian working on this council.
Well, he's a bishop.
He was a bishop.
Yeah,
Yes. But he's really considered one of the, he was very young, by the way. I mean, he was probably younger than you at the time, right? I mean,
maybe.
Yeah. So, but he's saying, we got to put this into practice. I'm the Pope now. I got to put this into practice.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, he wanted to do this as an expression of the fruition of the Second Vatican Council. And so he wanted to get up there with all of these different religions. And it wasn't, I think most people don't know anything about this.
Yeah, it's just go back to an anecdote. When I was in college,
maybe you can pull up a picture, Kevin, of the 1986 Assisi, and maybe just some pictures, because it's not just like he's meeting with Anglicans and a Greek Orthodox priest. It's like African tribal leader kind of people. I mean, it's kind of like everything.
Yeah. So it's a great picture with him on a stage with everyone surrounding him.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So this again, if you wish, you obviously have Shinto leaders, Buddhist leaders, some Orthodox. That's the so-called Archbishop of Canterbury. If it were done today, Mrs. Mullally would be there. It'd be wonderful. And so think of this image.
Isn't everybody. There was more.
Right.
I think this is
correct. It's just a screenshot. Yeah. So think of this image as he says this: the day of Assisi, showing the Catholic Church holding the hands of brother Christians, showing us all these joining hands with the brothers of other religions, was a visible expression of these statements of the Second Vatican Council. So this is the Second Vatican Council in a visual form.
Yeah.
With this day and by means of it, we have succeeded by the grace of God in realizing this conviction of ours, inculcated by the Council, about the unity of the origin and the goal of the human family, and about the meaning and the value of non-Christian religions, without the least shadow of confusion or syncretism.
So, I mean, on one level, we can look at this and say, well, there's nothing wrong with John Paul II meeting with the Dalai Lama. There's no problem with him having lunch with the guy. I mean, I'd have lunch with the Dalai Lama, but I think your point is the job of the Pope is to convert these guys, and through his actions and words, he's indicating that that's no longer the intent.
Correct. I mean, no, I mean, evidently, and it's precisely if this were a invitation, look, I'd like you all to come so that I can present to you the Catholic faith and invite you to reflect and to, God willing, with the grace of God, receive it. No, the whole purpose of the occasion was to invite all these leaders of these false religions to pray to their different whatevers,
Okay. So that's a major point. And I here, Father, I think maybe you should comment on how this, again, our topic is there a crisis in the church? Ecumenism is a major part of the issue. And just recently, a United States bishop participated in something. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I think you should talk about that because it's showing how this mindset, this ideology is playing itself out to this very day. The Holy Father, Leo XIV, has said some things very recently.
Yep.
Give us some modern day things so that the listeners don't think you guys are just going back to what John Paul II did in 86.
Fair. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, it's very fair. Clearly that what he's done is never been repudiated. You may not have had such a spectacular. He was, this may sound a bit not so kind, but he was a showman in a certain sense. He had a very great sense of how to make these very grand spectacles, which not all of his predecessors have had in the same measure. Nevertheless,
he was a very charismatic man.
Yeah,
and
precisely.
I think he used that to great ends at time, but you can also use it to bad ends. So but yes.
So if we want to look at Leo XIV, Pope Francis, he, for example, he signed the Abu Dhabi Declaration, which in which you find the statement that God willed all religions, basically positively doing so. Although the Vatican tried to walk that back a little bit because it was a problem, but he also, it was a constant refrain of his. He said certain similar things in when he was in Indonesia, which is another. If you wish, trivia question. Indonesia is actually the country with the greatest Muslim population in the world by numbers, where he basically said, God wills, all these different religions. We're not about proselytism. We don't want to convert people, etc. And again, he's just repeating things that have been said by...
That's the thing. I think the point I want to make here is that Francis made a lot of statements, and today in the internet and as the traditional movement has grown, we say, whoa, 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 and we kind of freak out.
Yeah.
But kind of what I'm learning is that John Paul II said a lot of the same things. I have pictures of John Paul II being blessed by Native American priests and things. I have those pictures. And I'm sitting here thinking, wow, a lot of the things he said, it just went way over everyone's heads in the 90s. We were not sensitive to this at all. And the internet wasn't, pushing every single thing.
That's a big part of it.
So.
Yeah. It's so things are a lot easier to come into access. What I was going to say a few moments ago is when I was in college and I was talking to a very decent young guy, conservative Catholic, who was, just had no idea about this and was troubled by the fact that I was, going to mass at a society chapel and stuff like that. And he was a great fan of John Paul II, who was still the Pope at the time. And I was like, hey, do you know about Assisi? It was great. He's like, I had no idea. And he's like, I kind of described him. He's like, Pope John Paul II wouldn't do that. It's like, he did. What do you want me to say?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just hard because, we grew up worshiping the guy. He was like the male Mother Teresa. And it's,
fair.
Seriously.
Fair. Yeah,
and he helped bring communism down. There's so many good things I could list. But in terms of this issue of religious liberty and ecumenism, and having known nothing about it until fairly recently, I'm seeing the seedlings in there that manifest in Francis and Leo.
Yeah, what I might add to that is, in a sense, before making this comment, hopefully I won't forget it, but just to kind of continue that train of thought, so Leo XIV has already made a number of statements on similar lines.
Yes.
For example...
Tell them about the Anglican and Orthodox thing.
Before even getting there, maybe this is what you mean. So this January, there's been quite for the last few decades, they'll gather different religious leaders in January for the Feast of St. Paul, because it's a feast of Christian unity. That's what they give it to. And they'll do ceremonies together. And this year at the Vesperal sermon, Pope Leo said to, let's say, these schismatics, I think he specifically mentions there are some Armenian Orthodox there. Again, who are schismatic. They don't recognize
the
papacy. There's Anglican representatives there. He says, we're already one.
He says it.
All we have to do is to show that to the world. So it's not like
let us recognize it. Mm-hmm. We are already one. And he begins it by saying, we are of the same faith in Abraham.
Right. And he references a sermon that John Paul II gave in 2001, where he says, John Paul II says the same things. And also, interestingly, says that the Orthodox bishops share in the apostolic succession, meaning, and also that they have jurisdiction and stuff like that. And which, again, for those who accuse the society of being schismatic, is a very weird situation in the sense because these people who are legitimately schismatic, the Rome is treating them as, okay, look, basically, you guys have jurisdiction over your people, which you're not claiming comes from us, but you're fine. We're already united. We just want to make that evident. But you people here who you accept that I do have the primacy in the church, when you specifically deny that you're going to give jurisdiction over anybody to these bishops that you intend to consecrate, you're schismatic, and you're outside the church. It's just a weird dynamic. I think it's more than weird, actually. I think there's a deep unifying principle there. But yeah, and he also, of course, he wrote on the occasion of this Mrs. Mullally, who's now dressing up in all the fine regalia of the Archbishop of Canterbury. He wrote a letter to her on her taking of her office, in which he speaks of her having responsibilities before God, for, we would have to understand, baptized Anglicans, which would therefore, if they're baptized, they belong by right to the Catholic Church, are souls over whom the church has jurisdiction, which would imply that she has real jurisdiction over those who should belong to the church, and then received her with honors in the Vatican. This, it's just, sorry, just to finish that, it's gravely confusing at the very least, and more than that, it implies a certain, if you want, deep questioning at the very least, if not somehow an implicit rejection of certain truths of the faith. These people are outside the church. Unfortunately, it's not a good thing. We don't like that. Like, I still have family members, that are Anglican, and it's really personally painful for me to see the Holy Father. It's not just this recent. He's not doing something novel. His predecessors have done the same things. Yeah. But it's, for my family, it's like, well, you can tell us we need to be Catholic, but your boss basically is implying the contrary.
Tell us about the bishop out west.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so another great thing.
You can find a picture of this online too, if you look. But it was Bishop who?
I actually forget his name, but he's Bishop of Fresno, California, who, and this must have happened within the last month. I don't remember their exact date. But he attended a consecration, quote unquote, of an Anglican bishop. And apparently, it seems the evidence is indicating that while he was there, he's reading the Anglican formula for the consecration of the bishop, like actually reading it aloud, on some level while they're doing that. And there's one picture I saw of all these Anglicans, some women around him, and the Anglican bishop on the side, the Catholic bishop of Fresno on the side. And it's just a fascinating thing, because on the one hand, that as such is actually promoted by Rome, in the sense that Rome has published a document composed by members of the commission, the same commission that Archbishop Lefebvre was talking about their work in 1982. So the same commission published a document in 2006, which lays out how can Anglicans and Catholics work together. And Pope Leo actually references that document in his letter to Mrs. Milady, and he quotes it right in the section leading into all the practical things that that thing recommends, one of which is assisting at each other's consecrations. So it doesn't specifically mention you should, participate, but it says you should be there, or it's something you can do, which is interesting in the sense that, on the one hand, so in his particular case, I thought he goes beyond the document by reciting the words, certainly, but he's evidently not actually fulfilling the sacrament, which means that he's simulating a sacrament. At the same time, by that act of participation, he's taking part in what is, at the very least, an objectively schismatic act, because precisely Anglicans deny papal primacy. And for Mrs. Milady, what she does, and I was looking this up, they still have the Archbishop of Canterbury take an oath recognizing the King of England as the head of the church. Yeah. They still do that. Like, it's all completely for show in a sense. Nevertheless, the principle is in a way still reaffirmed.
So we got here, but just to cut through it, we got a bishop here in this country who participates in an Anglican consecration of bishops, reads the words, doesn't lay hands, but reads the words, or seems to, and the Vatican has,
to my knowledge.
Yeah, but we have previous documents that are saying, hey, we can do this. Mm-hmm. It's so this is, I just want people to hear, like, this is ecumenism playing itself out. That's what this is. Okay.
Yeah. And of course, that leads souls to hell. I mean, because again, if the faith is necessary, if those who do not believe will be condemned, and to deny a single article of the creed formally leads one to lose the faith, then, unfortunately, these people are in a situation where at the very least we can say they're in a very precarious situation where they're unlikely to go to heaven. And for the average Catholic who's sitting there watching these things, what's the end result in this? If not, on the one hand, indifferentism, like it doesn't matter that I'm Catholic or not. Like I think, in the U.S. for ourselves, there's between 30 to 40 million apostates, people who've fallen away from the faith because there's just like things like this. And not only that, but it also completely degrades the importance of the sacraments. Like if it doesn't matter, if you can be an Anglican, if you can even be a non-Catholic or non-Christian for that matter, what's the importance of baptism? What's the importance of confession? What's the importance, in fact, of going to Mass and receiving Holy Communion? Why do these things even matter fundamentally? Because if these people are fine without all of that, okay.
Do you have anything to say about, in regards to ecumenism, has there been a rupture with tradition?
Well, I'm not happy about that Assisi meeting either, and Archbishop Lefebvre may be right that it's the worst thing that's ever happened in church history. That's to be judged, subsequent when all church history is fulfilled. You can judge it up to this point, maybe, maybe not. But again, the answer is, how do you analyze the life of the church? How do you analyze the teaching of the Pope, and things emanating from the Holy See, from the Roman Curia? How do you analyze theologians and their claims and assertions? And then based on that analysis, how do you respond? And for me, there is no necessity that you have to disobey church authority in order to make an adequate and truthful response to all of these identified problems. And there are real problems. There's no doubt about it. The way ecumenism is carried out nowadays includes willy-nilly invitation at some parishes to anybody who's present to come and receive communion, as if this is how we achieve unity with baptized non-Catholics. That's wrong. That shouldn't happen. But it's going on. We have all these kind of problems that didn't exist in the church before the Second Vatican Council.
Did you see recently where a bishop out west participated in an Anglican consecration of their bishop?
Yeah, this was horrific. The bishop, while the Anglican ceremony or Episcopalian ceremony was going on, and they had people, Episcopalian bishops, ordaining or consecrating, I'm not sure what the word they use, another Episcopal candidate to become a bishop. And the Catholic bishop stood there with his hand out and read the prayers. He should be disciplined. This is forbidden cooperation in non-Catholic rites. It also questions, what does he understand about the nature of ordination, because Episcopal ordinations are invalid, and Episcopal consecrations are invalid in the Episcopalian Church. So if he thinks they're valid, then he's got a problem. And if he thinks, well, I don't believe they're valid, but I thought it would be nice to do it, he's scandalizing people, giving the impression he thinks it's valid. So they're a very wrong thing. That's unthinkable in Pius XII time, but now we have such things happening, and the Holy See is yet to respond publicly to it, which is another really lack of charity on the part of the Pope.
Yeah.
You know, she should call the people in that diocese need to know, did my bishop do the right thing or not? And they need to be told by the Pope, no, he did the wrong thing.
Yeah. Next question.
Sure.
In 2011-2012, the Vatican asked the Society of St. Pius X to sign a doctrinal preamble affirming fidelity to the teachings of the Second Vatican Council as a condition for full canon recognition. Yet Pope John the 23rd said at the opening of the council that the Second Vatican Council was not intended to define new doctrine, but was, quote, predominantly pastoral in character, end quote. And also Paul VI, after the council, made references to this being a pastoral council. There's an ongoing debate about, is it pastoral, doctrinal? But my simple question is this: why is assent to the Second Vatican Council necessary if it was described by John the 23rd and others as predominantly pastoral in character?
Well, I'll start with a number of points. The first is the description of a council by the Pope. It doesn't change the nature of a council. So as pastoral, meaning the direction was not to define dogma against heretical attacks, but rather to promote the mission of the Church by adapting the Church's apostolate to modern needs. I think that's what John the 23rd was doing. But by its nature, a council teaches, and we have two dogmatic constitutions on the Word of God and on the Church issued by the Church Fathers and then approved by Pope Paul VI. So it's clear the Church, the Vatican Council Second Vatican Council is a teaching authority. Now, it didn't define any dogmas or issue any anathemas, because what they did in the past was they would make doctrinal definitions, but also anathematize heretical opinions. Now, it did identify things that to be believed and things not to be believed in Second Vatican Council. But yes, that's now the question is when during the pontificate of Benedict the 16th, there were these discussions with the leadership of the Society of Pius X and their designated representatives about conditions that should be met in order to fully reconcile the society and its followers with the Holy See. And to assent to the Vatican Council, you have to say, well, what does that mean? In the strictest sense of the word, it means, do I recognize this as a valid ecumenical council? And that they have to say yes to that. Do I recognize that it does not teach anything that's heretical? You have to say that, because if you're saying that the Council Fathers and the Pope taught heresy, you have to prove it. And I think the critique of the society is more that the teaching was inadequate and it was confusing, or that it was tending to lead to wrong conclusions. But that there was any heretical statement made, I don't think the society says that. Now, we have to remember Archbishop Lefebvre signed an agreement back in 1988, and if I remember correctly, the agreement was that the society and the priests and Archbishop Lefebvre accept the teaching of Second Vatican Council in the light of tradition, which that applies to every council, and applies to this one, and it applies to everybody, not just the people associated with St. Pius X Society. Archbishop Lefebvre walked out on that deal, reneged it the following day, but he was present at the council. He voted for the documents. I guess I'd say I'm sympathetic to arguments that Vatican II teaching could have been better stated in certain areas in order to be clearer and more supportive of the doctrine of the Church as proclaimed by previous popes and councils. But I don't believe the Church taught any error at the council, and I think that the society has to essentially come to the conclusion that we we have to accept the council the way every other Catholic does, because otherwise we're saying that the Council Fathers and Pope Paul VI taught heresy.
Yeah, as a follow-up, I take comfort if I could say, oh, it's a pastoral council. I can take it or leave it if I like. But you're saying I can't really do that.
Well, there's no such thing as a pastoral council, because being a pastor includes teaching. So I think, the description was given that the modality of its teaching would be different than what previous councils, which, as I said, largely, most councils were convened to deal with crises of heresy in the life of the church. Now, others were dealt to deal with disorder in the church, because we had corrupt religious orders and corrupt bishops and priests and simony and sale of office. You had lay, rulers interfering in the naming of bishops. So councils have had to deal with all kinds of crises, but typically they would issue definitions and proclaim anathemas. And there are no doctrinal definitions, although that's disputed by a couple of points in Vatican II, the nature of the episcopate, for instance, just as an example.
Or he also subsistum s.
Well, then the subsisting, that's the Catholic, the Church of Christ subsists in the Catholic Church. Catholic, yes.
The Church of Christ is the Catholic Church, or subsists in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. But let me just an example of a doctrine being taught at Vatican II is that the in the classical scheme, major orders consisted of, and that's holy orders. So you have minor orders, but then major orders, which were subdiaconate, diaconate, and priesthood. And the episcopate was not viewed as being a separate order, or separate part of it was viewed as a consecration to liberate bound powers that all priests had. And this has to do with an understanding of what did the apostles intend when they ordained bishops and presbyters.
Yes.
Another separate question. But Vatican II taught no, and this isn't canon law. Major orders, the sacrament of orders, consists of diaconate, priesthood, and episcopate. Now, that doesn't change the realities, but the church's understanding of it is made precise and somewhat different. But there's nothing added to the episcopate at Vatican II that didn't exist before, but it's the way the church describes it. Now, the Church of Christ subsists in the Catholic Church. That was viewed as, well, now Vatican II is teaching that there's something called the Church of Christ, which is broader, but it finds expression in the Catholic Church, but could find expression elsewhere. And there were publications subsequent to that under Pope John Paul II, I believe, and then perhaps Benedict, but I'm forgetting the specifics. Subsisted in was just a way of saying exists in. So the Church of Christ exists in the Catholic Church,
yes.
Meaning the Church of Christ is the Catholic Church. The mystical body of Christ is the Catholic Church. That's also the teaching, the decree on Eastern churches says that. The Vatican Council never establishes that there's something bigger than the Catholic Church, which can call itself the church founded by Jesus Christ. It is the Catholic Church, the church founded by Christ. The question is, what do we do with recognizing baptized people who are not united to the Catholic Church, such as the Orthodox? What's the nature of their relationship to the Church? And that's a big part of Vatican II's discussion. But there is no mega category of which the Catholic Church is a minor manifestation in one instance of it.
If Vatican II was intended to be pastoral rather than doctrinal, why is assent to its teachings treated as a test of doctrinal communion for the Society of St. Pius X?
So that's, an interesting question. And, we can, in a sense, give a number of different answers to that. And even just to build on that quote from John the 23rd, you have a remarkable statement of Paul VI right after the council on a general audience he gave on the 12th of January, 1966. So just basically almost just over a month after the close of the council, where people were so obviously asking, okay, well, look, what's the status of this? And he makes abundantly clear that it's not a doctrinal council, in fact, at all. So if I may.
While you're looking, I'm just going to emphasize just the common sense description of this for people. It has been debated for a long time, whether the Vatican II is a pastoral council, which means it doesn't really hold doctrinal authority versus doctrinal. We're asking, which one is it?
Right.
And if it's only pastoral, then why do you guys have to assent to it in order to become fully regular with the church?
Sure.
That's kind of what we're talking about.
Right.
This is important because of the religious liberty and the ecumenism issues we've talked about already in this discussion. My question is well, if it's pastoral, why does it even matter?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So, okay. Yeah, so this passage from that audience of the 12th of January, 1966, Pope Paul VI, he says, there are those who ask what is the authority, the theological qualification, which the council wished to attribute to its teachings. And again, just before I continue with the quote, we have to understand that the council has as much authority as it's intended to have. And ultimately that's determined by the Holy Father, he's not compelled by the majority of the bishops there to say this must be what it is. He is free to either accept or not what the council says, and he gives it the authority, the measure of authority that it has. So when he says there, which council wishes to attribute to his teaching, ultimately he's talking about himself. So anyways, I'll begin with that quote again. There are those who ask, what is the authority, the theological qualification, which the council wishes to attribute to its teaching, knowing that it is avoided giving solemn dogmatic definitions, committing the infallibility of the ecclesiastical magisterium. And the answer is known to those who remember the Conciliar Declaration of March the 6th, 1964, repeated on November 16th, 1964. Given the pastoral character of the council, it avoided pronouncing in an extraordinary way dogmas endowed with a note of infallibility. That's it. The council did not engage that infallibility in an extraordinary manner. At the same time, therefore, what it can be said to have, and this is something that he says in a speech at the end of the council. So this is from a speech on the 7th of December of 1965, where he says, one thing must be noted here, namely that the teaching authority of the Church, even though not wishing to issue extraordinary dogmatic pronouncements, has made thoroughly known its authoritative teaching on a number of questions which today weigh upon man's conscience and activity, descending, so to speak, into a dialogue with him, but ever preserving its own authority and force. It is spoken with an accommodating, friendly voice of pastoral charity. Its desire has been to be heard and understood by everyone. It is not merely concentrated on intellectual understanding, but has also sought to express itself in simple, up-to-date conversational style derived from actual experience and a cordial approach which make it more vital, attractive, and persuasive. It is spoken to modern man as he is. So in other words, he's saying, okay, look, it's not extraordinary. It has a kind of ordinary at best, though he doesn't actually use it. He says it's authoritative teaching. Doesn't even say that it's the ordinary magisterium, but that would be at most what we would be dealing with. But the ordinary magisterium is not merely what everyone and her here and now in this time is saying, but what the church has consistently taught through the ages. Yeah. And that does, of course, mean that raises a problem when you have emphatic differences. And here, just to kind of emphasize that, I'd like to read a comment that was made last October by a cardinal who wrote in the Osservatore Romano, obviously the paper of Rome. And so if it has the authority at most of the ordinary magisterium, that means it must be in continuity with what it came before, which is in fact what Archbishop Lefebvre always said, and we're like, look, we're willing to accept it in the light of tradition as true. But say
that again?
So to accept the council in the light of tradition, in other words, the ordinary magisterium previously, and therefore that would mean when it departs from that, we have to reject it.
Yeah, but you just said Archbishop Lefebvre. Tell me what you said he said.
To accept the Second Vatican Council in the light of tradition, in the light, therefore, of the ordinary magisterium that preceded it.
Right, so you're saying he would accept the Second Vatican Council in light of the tradition.
But of course, what that would mean is where you have absolute rupture with the previous teaching, then you don't. You have to accept the previous.
So he's saying I would accept what's not in rupture and reject what is in rupture. Okay.
So again, this is coming back to this cardinal. His name is Cardinal Romero. He's stationed in Morocco. He's one of those cardinals that Pope Francis just populated around the world. And because why would there be a cardinal in Morocco? But anyways, he's writing this in October of 2025. It's the 60th anniversary of the publication of Nostra Aetate.
Okay.
So it's commemorating it. This is what he writes. 60 years ago, the Second Vatican Council gave us one of the great treasures of the magisterium of the Church, the Declaration Nostra Aetate, on the relations between the Church and the non-Christian religions. This brief text was an absolutely necessary and radically revolutionary document, which completely changed the regard of Christians towards non-believers. For example, he says, Nostra Aetate confides to us their social and spiritual responsibility as believers. It invites us to re-see our image of God, to render it more authentic and complete. In other words, our faith was imperfect beforehand. In the concrete, this helps us to discover that God is more great than us, that he is the God of Father of all, that he is the God, and that a God that cannot be the patrimony exclusive of anyone. No nation can, or confession, in other words, religion, can appropriate himself to themselves. And later in the document, he says we have to get beyond this dichotomy between true and false religion. Nobody has the truth.
Yeah.
And again, this is published in the official organ of Rome.
Yeah.
So, when we come back to the Second Vatican Council, if he's right, and we would actually agree with him.
Yeah.
We're like, you got it.
You got it. You understand the document.
He's, of course, just saying it's great. And we're like, that's tragedy.
Yeah.
And
so, but can we get to the issue of just, what would you say just quickly about when discussions have happened between the society and the Vatican about you guys coming and back into full, I would say, regularity with the church, this is used as a litmus test.
Yep.
And that seems to me a break in logic if it is only a pastoral council.
So yes and no. If my students were listening to this, they'd laugh because I always say things like that.
Yeah. But
let me quote something from Paul VI that he sent in a letter to Monsignor Lefebvre, or Archbishop Lefebvre. In fact, it kind of, in the end, to go to the root of the matter and this infatuation of a simply pastoral council, Pope Paul VI, so the same one who said it's merely pastoral, in a letter, official letter dated the 29th of June of 1975, finished by using these significant words. The Second Vatican Council does not have less authority under a certain aspect, and in fact may even be more important than that of Nicaea.
Ooh. Oh.
But think about what the implications of that are.
I can't listen. I'm sorry.
Well, fine, but think of the implications of that.
What could he possibly mean?
One, remember, Nicaea is the first general council. It's the beginning of a certain way of life of the church. So in other words, if Second Vatican Council, if you think about it from that point of view, is the beginning of something radically, in a way, different than what came before. Nicaea was the first council that occurred after the end of the persecutions. It happened mere 20 years after Diocletian, or actually 10 years after Diocletian died. So after the one response for the last great persecution. And also, of course, it gives us the creed, the symbol that we recite every Sunday. It's the Nicene Creed. And so if it's on the same level in a sense, and almost more important, it's giving us something on the level of the creed. Yeah. And something replacing that. It's one thing you also hear on occasions is the new Pentecost.
I know. I've heard that.
Well, it's a freaking thing, even among conservatives, to describe the Second Vatican Council. But again, think of the implication of that. It's intriguing to compare that to what St. Paul writes in his letter to the Hebrews, specifically about the Mosaic Law, where he says, by calling that law old, it's meant that it's replaced, and you have something new. So to call it a new Pentecost means that you have the old Pentecost. It seems to be implying there. And it's interesting, for example, if you look at the Catechism of the Catholic Church, published in 1992, look at the references. So it has more than 800 citations of Vatican II. Well, the other 20 councils that were doctrinal and which preceded Vatican II have only 200 mentions. So, I mean, just again, who are you referencing? Who are you quoting?
Mm-hmm.
And if you read, for example, the encyclicals of John Paul II, especially.
That's almost only cited to Second Vatican Council. Yeah.
There's a little bit less with Benedict XVI and Leo XIV. I don't think Pope Francis really
cited much anything.
Of anything.
Yeah.
You know?
His later encyclicals cite to his previous encyclicals.
Right.
But wait a minute.
So this
Paul VI, did he really say that the Second Vatican Council in certain ways could have been more important than the Council of Nicaea?
Well, it's an official letter. I mean, so it's something we can pull up if you want. Try it when we have a break.
That's a staggering thing to me.
Well, what that indicates, so
I almost have to believe that somebody forged that document.
That'd be fine. But that, I think, comes back to this idea of it's as a pastoral council, it does not have the same doctrinal authority as Vatican I, Trent, whatever, or like the Fourth Lateran Council, which almost none of us know what it deals with, except very erudite scholars on history of the church. But on the other hand, if it's a complete rethinking of what the church is, what the faith is, who God is, ultimately, then yeah, it is a completely most important thing ever. Like in that speech I was commenting about, let's say that John Paul II gave explaining Assisi. Look at the references there. He gives 20 references to the Second Vatican Council, 12 to the Bible, and then one from any church figure before the Second Vatican Council. And that's St. Augustine, where he's saying that, it's a famous quote, "Our hearts are restless until they rest in thee." But it's fascinating. I mean, again, it's just, it's almost as though nothing happened before then.
Yeah.
And I think what you're talking about is, in a way, when you're saying I'm coming across some of these things like the syllabus or whatever, it's just complete, like, what is this? Yeah. Because again, it's not relevant.
Next question.
Yep.
The following table provides data on the crisis in the general Catholic population compared to those who attend to any extent the traditional Latin Mass. I do not mean for this to be overly prosecutorial, but the numbers are the numbers. So on screen here, what we have is those people who at any point really attend the Latin Mass versus the general Catholic population. And here are just some stats. So those who go to Mass at the Latin Mass, they go 97 and 99% of the time. General population, 20 to 30% of the time. TLMers believe in 99% of them believe in the church teaching on abortion. 98% of them believe in the church's teaching on same-sex marriage. I don't know who the 1 or 2% would be. Maybe it's just people that stumble into a TLM every now and then. But the general population, only 51% approve of the teaching on abortion. Only 67% approve on the teaching of same-sex marriage. 80% of religious of TLMers consider religious vocation. It's basically zero in the general population. TLMers have 3.5 kids. General population somewhere less than 2. And there's a growth in the TLM communities when there's just continued decline in the general population. One more statistic that I found is that I think this is striking. In the year 1960, the country of Ireland ordained 500 men. In 2020, 60 years later, the country of Ireland ordained 1 man. If these numbers, particularly for the general Catholic population, are anywhere close to being accurate, do we have a crisis within the church? And does this crisis constitute a state of necessity that warrants Bishop Follet to consecrate bishops in the society without papal approval? And if not, how bad must the numbers get before we have a justified state of necessity to preserve the tradition through SSPX consecrations? Is there any statistic, any data point whatsoever that would invoke a state of necessity justifying Bishop Fillet's consecrations?
So the way I would answer that is, in a sense, no. The state of necessity is not the stats. The stats are grave, obviously, and we could add a lot of other things, and I might in just a moment. But they're mere symptoms of what is the crisis, what is the state of necessity, and that's precisely the widespread, it would seem, failure of those who have received the charge to provide the faith, to give the means of living the faith, sacraments and what have you, to the vast majority of Catholics. The fact that, there's other statistics that have been pointed out. For example, there's a famous one that Pew did a number of years ago, which they came to the conclusion that it was in the 90% of Catholic women who'd used contraception at some point.
What number?
Somewhere in the 90s. Now,
I would think that's true. Yeah.
And even if it's not, probably it's not simply orders of magnitude off. But there is no noticeable difference between those who are going regularly to Mass or not. And if that is in fact the case, something grave is being neglected, something grave. And you have large numbers of people leaving the faith because, again, there's not an emphasis on the fact that our Lord is as St. Peter says, there's no another name under heaven given by which we may be saved. And that the church is his bride, and that outside of her, there is no salvation. And you have other reflections of that, like sacramental practice, like the Georgetown, the organization CARA, that's rooted at Georgetown, has very helpful statistics, and it's just for anyone who loves the church, anyone who loves souls, it's just gut-wrenching. It's a gut punch, because you see, especially here in the U.S., the absolute and catastrophic collapse of practice of the Catholic life. Just absolute catastrophic collapse. You can whatever metric you use, like the number of priests 50 years ago, or 60 years ago. If we take 1965, right at the end of the council, is 60,000 in the U.S. for about 45 million Catholics. In 2025, that was down to 33,000. So by a half, while the nominal Catholic population has grown by about 10, 15 million, although many of that is just foreign-born people here, or sisters. So sisters is even more dramatic.
It's worse with the sister.
Yeah, it's just like, it's God.
So your point is that the numbers, the stats, it's not, it doesn't in itself justify the state of necessity argument, but it's a sign, it's a symptom of the state of necessity, right, like what's happening.
Right.
And I think here's a good question. Were these numbers in decline before the Second Vatican Council? Mm-hmm. And did what they did at the Second Vatican Council and the popes after that and the liturgy change and all of the things, did it stem the tide? Like, were they slightly successful in saying, hey, we're relating to everybody in the world now. We're very ecumenical, and so we're keeping more people in the church. Or did these changes expedite the process? Like we threw fuel on the fire. So have these changes, I think defenders of the changes would say, well, we saw these problems happening and we're trying to relate to everybody and to improve the situation, make the Mass understandable. And or has that just backfired and made it far worse?
So yeah, that's definitely an argument that some make, and there is something of truth to it in some way. Say if you look in the U.S., it's not true. U.S. Up until the 1960s, the church was growing exponentially, like it was just astounding. And then basically it's almost right at the end of the council that you see this stop and then catastrophic drop. Where it is a little bit more true is places like Europe. Yeah.
Things were in decline much earlier there.
For sure. For a number of reasons. Archbishop Lefebvre, for much of his, as a bishop, he was in Africa. He was the apostolic delegate for all of French-speaking Africa. So he had a very high role. He met with the Pope each year while he was in that position. But he was the Archbishop of Dakar, which is a city on the far western edge of Africa. But he got pulled back. Must have been in 1962 for whatever reason. But already there was a war there because the French bishops, when he was pulled back, he was an archbishop, so he should have been given an archbishopric. Instead, the French bishops put a lot of pressure on Rome. It's like, we don't want him in any kind of position of prominence. And so he got put in this rinky-dinky little sorry if anyone from the diocese is listening. Little diocese at Toul, which is in central France, which is just a regular bishopric. And anyways, but he said, like, yeah, priests were super discouraged, going there, and a lot of times people would be going to, they get their first communion or confirmation, then they'd never be seen again. Mm-hmm. So there was certainly an element of truth to that. I mean, it's not as universal. So what we could say is two things. I think the changes certainly caused the complete collapse here in the U.S. And in Europe and other countries, I would say they expedited it. But the way to think about this is this. Okay, look, we're having trouble right now. Let's think you're a company. We're having trouble. Our sales are declining. Because morale is bad and staff, stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at our competitors and we're going to not only say we should take their policies, but we're going to say people can go to our competitors. Our competitors are doing awesome work. Yeah. It's like Pepsi. It's like, Coke is amazing. Why don't you go, Coke, Coke provides salvation. Why don't you go get Coke? And people are like, drink Pepsi. Well, okay. Right. You're not going to convince anyone to come to drink your product if you're saying that everything out there is great. And by embracing the world, I mean, the argument there, or if you want to think of this, if you're a city under siege and you have citizens who are low morale and struggling because of the ideas as a war, the weapons that are being used by the besiegers are having some effect, you don't open the city gates to them. Right. It's like, well, yeah, that'll work. Let's open the gates.
You arm your troops and train them and you fight like hell.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. You go attack them where they are. Right. You don't say, well, we're going to open the city gates. We're going to work with you guys. We're going to meet with you. We're going to have parlays in our territory. Yes, there is obviously pressure from outside in the world that's having its effect on souls. The problem, especially, with, say, if you want religious liberty, ecumenism, is you're assuming the principles that are at the root of all that problem in the world. Yeah. It's, when he was still a cardinal, Pope Benedict XVI, published that famous interview.
Ratzinger report.
Yeah. But in it, he says quite explicitly, the goal of the council is to take 200 years of liberal thought and integrate it into the church and purify it. Right. But that's precisely the source of all the problems. Mm-hmm. That's why people are leaving the faith. It's because of the influence of these ideas. So you take them into the church, what are you going to see fundamentally?
Catholic fidelity is at an all-time low. So my question, do these numbers point to the fact that there is a real crisis in the church? Does that crisis rise to the level of necessity for their argument of having to ordain bishops? And if not, consecrate bishops. If not, would any statistic, if it got down to 1% of the Catholic faith, of the Catholic population believes in the church's teachings, and if the stats just got worse and worse and worse, would the society's argument ever be justified to disobey the Holy Father based on horrifically bad statistics?
These statistics are very bad. I agree. But that doesn't establish a state of necessity that 4 men have to be ordained in July as bishops, because the remedy to these to reverse the statistics, in other words, the remedy to lack of mass attendance, to lack of belief, to lack of vocations, to lack of childbirth, the remedy is not that 4 men get ordained bishops in July. That's not a necessary remedy. In other words, the state of necessity that they're asserting is that because of these circumstances, it is necessary that these men become bishops. And my answer is no, it isn't. The solution to this lies elsewhere. The only necessity is, in order for the society to continue to be able to ordain its priests without proper permissions from the Holy See, is that they have bishops who are ordained, cavalierly consecrated. But that's not the necessity of the church. That's a personal decision they make, because there are solutions to this problem of getting, how do we ordain? The essential reason they want to have bishops is so that they can ordain priests and then also administer the sacrament of confirmation.
Yes.
Okay? There are other ways that those can be given, and the Holy See has shown that. They established the Fraternity of St. Peter, the Institute of Christ the King, the Institute of the Good Shepherd. There were bishops available to ordain men for all of those institutes. Therefore, they could ordain men in the Society of Pius X. And likewise, confirmations administered using a traditional rite by various people. So, this is absolutely a self-condemnation of the church, that you would go from Ireland from 500 ordinations to 1, and then the alarm bells aren't going off, and that the Irish hierarchy is not responding vigorously to say, we want to return to the vibrancy of 1950, and we're going to try and, what made it vibrant in 50, let's reproduce it now. Instead, there's just kind of hands being thrown up in the air. We have the same problem in America. It may not be as dramatic, but yeah, so again, I'm very sympathetic to people who say the church is in a crisis and many people don't recognize. I agree, but that doesn't justify going against the papal will and ordaining men bishop.
Father, if consecrating these bishops is not a remedy to the stated crisis in the church, and is therefore, you maintain, not a necessity, then what might a remedy or remedies look like to begin chipping away at this crisis in the church?
Right. Well, the crisis in the church has many manifestations, but primarily a loss of faith. So we have to restore the faith in the Catholic faith and its teachings, and that's done by everyone, Pope, bishops, priests, deacons, religious laity, having a deeper faith. Now, what are the instruments that produce a deeper faith? Well, it's certainly good seminaries, good religious orders, good schools, good families. So we have to promote a renewal of doctrinal instruction, a renewal of spiritual life in the church. And that's going on in many, many ways in many places. And we have to foster those movements. So, there are many, and I'm most familiar with the United States, but there are many movements, for instance, assisting Catholic university students, Bible study programs, media apostolates, apologetic organizations, religious orders that are vibrant because they're publicly identified as being Orthodox. If you want me, I can supply names for that, but I'll say right off, the Eastern Province Dominicans, Province of St. Joseph, they having no problem filling their seminary because, their reputation precedes them. The St. Paul Center for Biblical Studies, I'm a big fan of theirs. They're promoting biblical literacy and knowledge. The many apostolates on the internet, including this show, done by Catholic laymen and priests and others, religious. This is promoting a wide expanse. I work frequently on EWTN, radio and TV. It's an enormous number of people coming knowledge. So the remedy is to do those things. In other words, promote orthodoxy. The net effect of that will be to produce new generations of priests who will become bishops, cardinals, and even popes, who will have a renewed understanding of the doctrine of the faith and the necessity to defend it. Because right now, there's no doubt there's a wave of doctrinal unorthodoxy sweeping over the church. The synodality movement's one of the prime examples of it, and is causing immense chaos in the life of the church. Pope Leo wants a synodal church, but if we're going to have a synodal church, Pope Leo, it needs to be a synodal church which is not in contradiction with the doctrine of the faith. The Synod office published a document endorsing the homosexual lifestyle. This is horrific. Report number 9 should never have happened. So that's the remedy. The remedy is that, and that will take, courageous witness, but in obedience to the flock. In obedience of the flock to the shepherds, so bishops and priests. And when and popes. So when if the Pope does something you don't like, you respectfully critique it, you beg him to change it. But if he doesn't, then you say, okay, I did my duty and I put it in the hands of God. Likewise, in a local diocese, if things don't work out, say, well, I'll remain faithful and pray for the day when they will work out.
Yeah. Hey guys, did you know that the Conor Gallagher Show is also on Spotify and Apple Podcast? Be sure to go over there and give us a follow. Thanks so much. Now back to the episode. Does the existence of more traditional communities, such as the Fraternity of St. Peter, Institute of Christ the King, I think of also Clear Creek Abbey, the Benedictine monks of Norcia, other traditional communities, does that mitigate their argument for the state of necessity?
Again, there is no necessity for the Society of Pius X to ordain bishops in order to accomplish the purpose for ordaining a bishop, which is to provide for ordinations and confirmation. That there is no, absent these ordinations, they can't say nobody will get ordained who likes the traditional mass. No one will get confirmed who likes to go to traditional mass. No, that's done. What it is, sad to say, and this is, where I think that the Society of Pius X is doing a disservice to the church, is it's firmly establishing the separatist spirit that has existed from the moment in 1988 when they did ordain bishops. By separatist spirit, what I mean is to claim we're in full union with the church, we have no doctrinal or disciplinary disagreement or rebellion. We're simply disobeying something that because the Pope doesn't realize how bad things are, and we do, and therefore we're here to enlighten the Pope. And otherwise he wouldn't provide us with the means to carry on the work of the Society of Pius X. That's making themselves equivalent to the Pope, standing in judgment over him, standing in judgment over the laws he administers in the church and enforces. And that's regrettable, to say the least, but it certainly constitutes a separatist spirit. Now, canonically speaking, Archbishop Lefebvre says, well, I'm not ordaining men to have jurisdiction. They're simply going to be sanctifying, offer sacraments and all. But that's a false argument, because in practice, the pastors in a parish or a chapel, rather, of the Pius X exercise the same actions and roles as a pastor in a Catholic parish. They instruct the faithful, they give them sacraments, they perform, duties as spiritual counselor. And then within the society itself, the superiors treat their candidates for ordination the same way in a diocese. A rector of a seminary would treat them. They make judgments about suitability. They recommend or disapprove them for ordination. So they do exercise jurisdiction or governance within the society. And you can't do that and claim that you're, continuing to follow the tradition of the church. So that's the separatist spirit. And, there's a recent book that I just ordered from France from a former Society of Pius X priest who now works in a diocese in France. And he talks about this. I read a brief interview he gave. This is more about the society protecting its own existence than anything else. And if the society wants to protect its interests, its existence rather, they should make a deal with the Holy See the way Lefebvre did originally in 1988 before he renounced it, and trust in the Lord. Because they say, well, if we make a deal, then we're going to be swamped and everything's going to fall apart. Not the case. We have the Fraternity of St. Peter. We have the Institute of Christ the King. They're operating, they're doing great work, and there's no problem.
How would you respond to the argument that in France or other countries, a new bishop comes in and kicks the fraternity out, and so the society says, well, we can't be subject to that danger?
Well, it's a pontifical order. So the bishop, if they have a house of their congregation established or their institute, the bishop can't. That's under papal. They're there with papal under papal supervision. If they make agreements to staff parishes and dioceses, and the new bishop doesn't want it to do that, well, that's sad to say. That's a bad decision in general, I would say, by the bishop. because he's hostile to the Latin Mass or whatever, and I think that's a mistaken approach. But, the Holy See can intervene to defend the interests of these pontifical institutes, such as Christ the King and the Fraternity of St. Peter. That's why in law, these religious institutes are not under diocesan status or under pontifical status. But the other thing is, of course, you just have to say, the Catholic Church is not a society of people who say, I'm in charge, but I recognize a superior when I find it convenient. And when I don't find it convenient, then I say, well, I'm back in charge. And that's the functional way that the Society of Pius X has been operating. They say, well, we recognize you as the supreme authority. It was interesting. They sent a letter to the Holy See saying, in a spirit of submission.
Pull it up.
Let me get that letter because this was kind of remarkable. Yeah, so on May 26th, the communique from the General House of the Society of St. Pius X, they said this: in a spirit of respect toward the supreme authority of the Universal Church, the dossiers of these priests were presented to the Holy Father together with certain explanations necessary for proper understanding of this step within the very particular and exceptional context of these episcopal consecrations. Now, wait a minute. A spirit of respect for the supreme authority? You're giving them the names of the people you're ordaining against his direct will? This is contradictory. This is a separatist spirit. It's treating themselves equal to the Pope. You don't agree with us, but we decided otherwise. But, hey, here are the names, and we'll tell you why we chose these 4 men. This is double talk. You can't say that. And then, of course, here's what the claim is. The Superior General reaffirms that the choice and consecration of these elects does not proceed from any desire to claim a power of jurisdiction or to establish a parallel authority within the Church. But wait a minute. You are acting as a parallel authority in the Church because you're saying, in the sight of God, we have the authority to ordain or consecrate 4 men as bishop against the papal will because we are a better judge than the man who occupies the throne of St. Peter about how to conduct the mission of the Church as regards establishing who the shepherds are. And they're saying, well, they're not really full shepherds because they don't have power of jurisdiction. This is not, it's in de facto, they do exercise jurisdiction. And by its nature, the episcopate, and this is a debate that the Pius X has regarding what the Second Vatican Council taught as regards the threefold role or office of bishop to teach, govern, and sanctify.
Whether jurisdiction comes along with that consecration or not.
Yes, and the point in Vatican II and the understanding that they give forward is that episcopal consecration confers the fullness of the priesthood on the bishop, and that the priest represents Christ, who is priest, prophet, and king. So therefore, he is, as priest, he offers sacrifice; as prophet, he teaches; and as king, he rules. Teach, rule, and sanctify the 3 roles of the church, of the priesthood, but particularly of the bishop. Now, in the Catholic Church, you cannot exercise the governing roles, and you're not supposed to exercise the teaching role either, unless you're in full communion with the Pope. But the sanctifying role is inherent. In other words, you cannot, once you're ordained a bishop, you have the power to then offer to consecrate other bishops and to ordain priests and to confer confirmation.
Does the existence of more traditional communities like Fraternity of St. Peter, Institute of Christ the King, Clear Creek Abbey, the Benedictine monks of Norcia, do these types of communities and their presence and their growth diminish the argument of state of necessity? Go ahead.
That's an excellent question, and I think obviously quite a reasonable one. And just to be very frank, no. And for multiple reasons. Firstly, let's say because, if you wish, their situation is both not universal and it's profoundly precarious in the sense that they depend on the permission of the local ordinary to be even allowed in the diocese. And oftentimes that condition is predicated on either the presence of the society or, if you wish, the acceptance and the unwillingness to criticize openly, the problems that we're talking about here. And the precariousness of that is, revealed in a lot of very concrete ways. So by way of example, and these are just examples, I'm going to have to take longer, but so in France, you've already had several instances where the local bishop has kicked out the fraternity from the diocese in a situation where they were established, and basically said, from now on, your people who are going to them have to go to your parish priest. Mm-hmm. We'll try to give them, give you some the traditional mass on occasion, but let's just be very clear. That's about it. One of them was very specific, and in a diocese in Quimper, in northwest France, that I can't give you any of the traditional sacraments. So confirmation, certainly baptism, which all the exorcisms are removed from.
Yes, it is.
Et cetera, et cetera. I can't give you the sacraments. I'm not allowed to. And yeah. And the
here's my, here, I'm interrupting. I'm sorry, but
no worries.
It makes, I think your answer makes it sound like that because future bishops might not be good or future popes might not be good, you guys have to stay in your status independent of that hierarchy of the church because they might be bad. I mean, that's my problem with your answer. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think, it's if you wish, there's two sides to this point. On the one hand, the way I would initially respond is that there is a right strictly on the part of each faithful to all the means necessary for the salvation of their souls. Now, that can't be predicated on the goodwill of a bishop. And normally, of course, it wouldn't be. Like this point of the point we're in a state of necessity, is a crisis, is a completely abnormal situation in the history of the church in that respect, where you legitimately, frankly, cannot be simply confident that the decisions of the local ordinary are going to be rooted in the faith and therefore for the common good of souls, of the church and of souls independently. And it's certainly a delicate question. I mean, obviously in the end, let's say, let's just speak very hypothetically here, when the crisis is over, we're going to abandon this way of operating.
All right, but I think that's the point, is like, if those groups like the fraternity, if that became very prominent and there was a lot of them, it sounds to me that you're saying, we still can't get this resolved because the crisis is still there and the danger's in the hierarchy.
Right.
So it makes it sound like you ain't ever coming back in. How in the world are you ever going to sit down and define the crisis is over? Like,
sure.
Yeah, that's my issue with this one.
Yeah, sure. That's fair. Well, firstly, because let's say that's why there's two ways of answering this. So just to finish the first one, though, I mean, concretely, the fraternity is utterly, and any other is dependent on the good pleasure of Rome. And they've made very clear currently that their direction is in the opposite way. With Traditionis Custodiis, like Pope Francis was abundantly clear. Yeah. This is the direction of the church. We're not going to play this game of ordinary and extraordinary right. There is one right, and the ordinary one is the right of the church. And therefore, those who've been granted a permission have to understand that that is a permission and one that...
And can be revoked.
I see what
you're saying.
Yeah. And so it's not just the level of local bishops, it's the level of Rome right now. Pope Leo hasn't revoked that. We'll see what he does, obviously. I don't foresee him necessarily as such going in a different direction. But again, events could be proved wrong. But that this permission is contingent on the deeper doctrinal issues, and like you yourself said in the introduction, So just to kind of finish this first point, I attended a conference that Father Bissig gave. So he was originally a society priest, and he left at the time of the consecrations in 1988. I was with a number of others that founded the Fraternity of St. Peter.
Mm-hmm.
It was fascinating because he commented upon that concession that was granted by Pope Francis. And again, I'm going to emphasize it's a concession. He uses that word, I concede to you. But that means it's not a right, and I can take it away from you at any time. Okay.
I think I see the core of your argument there.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but he said, Pope Father Bissig said, what would we have done had he not granted that? And his answer was simply, we would have dissolved. We would have gone, we would have disappeared. Because our whole raison d'etre is to say the Mass, for us to say the Mass, not to guarantee that you have it. Because what that would mean is that I would abandon all the faithful at a shot. And it was very striking to me that, there's not a lot, it was given at one of their venues, and it's in Maple Hill. So some of their biggest places are, where we are. And none of the people there made that connection. They said like, oh, well, wait, well, what should we have done if that would have happened? And he also made a comment because in September of 2024, there was announced a apostolic visitation. Actually, in all circumstances, is a normal thing. It's a father coming to visit, see how things are going and whatever. It's actually quite normal in the church. But, especially under Francis, that was kind of a two-edged sword. I presume you remember the Franciscans, the Immaculate, who were gutted, but it was preceded by that kind of apostolic visitation. In his comment, he actually relayed something that a bishop told him, a friend of his, I guess, that I guess the bishop said something along the lines, it's a kiss of death.
Mm-hmm.
Now with Pope Francis dying and with Pope Leo, I haven't heard anything about that. So maybe it was just kind of quietly dropped. Who knows? But the point there being is that could happen. And again, they're fundamentally in a fragile position. Another way of seeing that is they don't have their own bishop, which interestingly is one of the major points of the protocol that Archbishop Lefebvre signed in 1988. They were guaranteed, we were guaranteed a bishop. Fraternity agrees. They get similar statutes, but they have never received a bishop because it's just not necessary. They don't need it, at least from the Romans' point of view. And that's precisely what Archbishop Lefebvre said. It's like, I do not believe they are in good faith, that they will not follow through on their promise to give a bishop. And with the fraternity, that's proved correct. And not only that, but they're also subject to interventions by Rome. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but in 2000, Rome intervened and deposed Father Bissig, who was the superior general at the time, and appointed another priest. They also deposed the leaders of the two seminaries they had at the time and imposed priest prophet to them. And they made a point. Cardinal Hoyos wrote a long letter and saying, look, you cannot critique, say, the Novus Ordo Mass. It is the ordinary rite. You have a privilege. You cannot say that it's bad, nor can you deprive any of your members from the right of saying it. And so, but very clearly making if we want to step in, we will. Obviously since then they haven't. But the principle remains. The second and more important point there is that because of the price of their recognition, they do not touch on the causes of the problems. They are effectively silent. And even in some instances, there's an interview with Father Berg where he comments that he's asked, okay, look, was your job to help reconcile things like religious liberty with traditions? Like, that's why we were founded. He says it quite openly. It's an interview, so it's not like this official policy statement, but nevertheless, he's able to say that in that context, and to say all these problems that we're seeing, their goal is to kind of integrate that and say that these are fundamentally not issues. That's the deeper issue with these communities. They neglect the real causes of the crisis.
Is it fair to say that they're more heavily focused on the liturgy? And whereas we've talked before, like that is not necessarily the core issue with the society.
It is and it's not, because the liturgy, it's the concrete, for the average person, it's the concrete manifestation of the faith.
Yeah.
So if I may, I'd like to quote a actually really awesome article that Cardinal Mueller wrote about fiducia supplicans.
Really?
Yeah. He says, he's talking about this and how the DDF under Cardinal
This is the encyclical by John Paul, but not encyclical, whatever it is, the document from Pope Francis that gave the gay couple blessing thing.
Right.
Okay, just so people
exactly.
know. Okay.
Yeah, precisely. It's really awesome in some ways. It's like one of us could have written it almost. But he says that the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith, or the DDF, argues that fiducia supplicans concerns not doctrine, but practical matters, that it simply needs to be adapted to different contexts and sensitivities. But is it that simple? In reality, the criticism from concerned bishops is not that the declaration explicitly denies church teaching on marriage and sexuality. Rather, the criticism is that by permitting the blessing of couples who have sex outside of marriage, especially same-sex couples, it denies Catholic teaching in practice, if not in words. This criticism is based on the solid traditional principle, lex orandi, lex credendi, the principle that the way the church prays reflects what the church believes. And then he says, there are, in fact, Catholic practices that cannot be altered without rejecting Catholic doctrine, which is
This is very much what you've been talking about in regards to the whole Vatican II things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the reform of the liturgy.
The Mass, yeah.
The Mass was reformed. There's a French expression that's coming to mind, from the root to the branches. All of the sacraments were reformed. The canon law was reformed. Everything about the life of the church was reformed.
All the rights to all the sacraments. It's not just the Mass. People, it's not just
correct.
Confirmation, everything.
Yeah, for example, we mentioned baptism. All the exorcisms were.
All the exorcisms gone, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, my kids have had both.
Yeah.
Some. I should go back and see which kids got which right, and
right.
do they behave
just make
better?
a correlation. It's like, oh man.
Okay.
But yeah, so does that make some sense there?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, we'll move on.
Okay.
How does the defense of Catholic doctrine justify acts that repudiate the Catholic doctrine of papal supremacy? Is not the SSPX claim to recognize papal authority, in fact, vitiated by their refusal to submit to that authority when the Pope, through his collaborators like Cardinal Fernandez, instructs the SSPX not to proceed to consecrate bishops with the papal mandate?
Right. Excellent question. And to be, again, very blunt, it's not a repudiation of papal supremacy. At most, it'd be an act of disobedience. But the difference between an act of disobedience and, let's say, a rejection of papal primacy is in the sense that you can only disobey somebody whose authority you acknowledge, frankly. If you want, you could give a little analogy, like a little 5-year-old kid who tells his dad, no, I'm not going to do that, is not telling his dad, you're not my dad. It's like, I don't want to do this, and I'm going to do everything I can to avoid it. All right? And so he's going to, probably be punished, hopefully, if all goes well. That's a fundamentally different thing than, let's say, a teenager who addresses his dad and says, who are you to tell me that? Back off. I'm leaving. Okay. I want nothing to do with you. I'm gonna rule my own life the way I see fit because you have no authority over me. Okay. It's a very different situation. Very, I think, evident. And so in our circumstances, we're not quite like that 5-year-old child,
right.
But we are saying, okay, look, yeah, you're giving us command. Under normal circumstances, it would be a sin of disobedience. What we're arguing is that there's a proportionate cause not to obey in this circumstance because in the end, your authority has certain limits, and we would argue that ultimately, not just this particular act, because it's an act that can't be isolated from the overall context of the situation with which we're dealing here. Because of that context, we would say that there is a proportionate cause not to obey in this moment.
On the issue of obedience, it's one thing for the Pope to tell you to do something and you say, I can't do that.
Sure.
It's another thing to proactively go and perhaps usurp one of his rightful jobs
Sure.
as Pope, which is to appoint bishops.
Sure.
So help me distinguish those two.
Fair enough. I would say in the first place that the principle remains the same, whether or not you're dealing with a command or prohibition. It's the principle underlying each is the same, that this person has an authority over these matters. And in either case, you're going to be dealing with the same principle that if you have a proportionate cause to either not fulfill the command or to ignore the prohibition, then that would be the only thing that could justify that ultimately. And again, it's a long question ultimately, which obviously we're gone long now. So the society's addressed why we judge that there's proportionate cause elsewhere. But at the same time, what we can also specify is what is certainly the case is that only the Pope can give jurisdiction over souls. That is absolutely what we fundamentally admit. And that's precisely why we're very clear that we do not intend to give jurisdiction.
Right. And just so they know, we are going to have a jurisdictional question later, right? To get real specific on that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that would be and again, that ties back to what I said earlier, that, in the canon law previously, this was not even an excommunicable offense. It was, you get suspended by divinis.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously on the ordinary course of things not right. But there have been instances in the church before where, even recent times where
just give my uninformed take on this. So
sure.
I don't like it when people say, you can't disobey the Pope. No, you can.
Right.
The Pope is not God.
Right.
And if the Pope, hypothetical, was telling somebody to do something immoral, they can say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And in history, there's been stories about like a Pope telling a bishop, hey, go ordain or go consecrate my nephew.
Sure.
And he looks at that and says, this guy's a punk. I can't do that. It's terrible. That's terrible nepotism. I'm not going to do it. So I don't like it when people say you can't disobey the Pope, because you can disobey any authority except God under certain circumstances if it's bad enough.
Right.
And I'm there. I got that.
Sure.
I got that. But, if I tell my son to do something that's immoral,
right,
he can look at me and say, love you, Dad, but no, I refuse to do it. But that doesn't mean he can hack into my account and steal my money and go do something that he thinks is better with it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like usurping a right that I have just because I tell him to do something that's immoral and he says no. That doesn't mean he can take the place as father of my family. So I find that just very different. And that's where I struggle with this situation. Am I making sense?
Yeah, sure. But I think, let's say, to use that analogy again, let's say we're dealing with a father who unfortunately has not in the use of his right mind, whether it be alcoholism or whatever. Right. It doesn't really matter. And in that spirit of his not being in his right mind, he commands his son not to, not to feed himself. Mm-hmm. Is the son going to say, okay, I can't disobey my dad because he's telling me I can't feed myself, so I'm not going to feed myself? And if we extend that a little bit, if the father, again, not in his right mind, commands, let's say the son is taking care of himself, the other kids are like, oh, we have no idea what's going on, so can you help us? And let's say the son, the older son, whatever, starts to provide for them, gets a job, gets a place, and starts providing for them. And the father says, you cannot do that. You are usurping my role. And the son would, I think, reasonably say, look, I don't want your role, but you're letting your children starve. And you're telling me now that because I'm not letting them starve, I'm disobedient. And I would say that's kind of the situation we are in. I mean, again, it's predicated on this question, the crisis in the faith.
I see your analogy.
Yeah. I mean, people are being starved of the faith, quite literally. And again, the society is not claiming a jurisdiction. We can't give ourselves jurisdiction. Nevertheless, if souls are starving of things that are necessary for their salvation, then fundamentally we would be negligent if we have the means, give them what they need.
So this is great. I mean, to build on this analogy, which we didn't prepare.
Sure.
That the spiritual food.
Yeah.
Right? The kids are malnourished, you
Right.
know, they're starving. And so an uncle or a brother or somebody has to step in and start feeding the dad's kids because the dad is neglecting them.
Right.
That's the analogy we're dealing with.
Sure.
So it does still all go back to, is the church starving? Is that the state of necessity? Is that really happening?
Right.
Is the church currently, with the Novus Ordo, with its current teachings, including its issues of religious liberty,
Sure.
its ecumenism, with its catechism, with the normal bishops, with the ebbs and flows of the normal everyday church, are the means of salvation being provided? And that's kind of the whole rock bottom to this whole thing, because I think you guys say that's not being provided sufficiently. Therefore, the state of necessity exists. That's why those stats are showing what they're showing. That's the results of the state of necessity. So on that analogy, it's like, is the church being fed by its father, or really by its mother, Mother Church, Holy Mother Church in a way? So I like that analogy. I don't know what to say about that. Go ahead. But I think that analogy works because it displays the question, are the children being starved?
Right. And again, ultimately it's going to come down to a question of fact. I mean, and that's, I think it's evidently clear that we are convinced of that fact.
Yes.
You know, and obviously others, it's not an easy, we're not dealing with an easy situation. So I can't be simply, you know, me as an individual priest, let's say contemptuous of somebody who's like, I just don't see that necessarily, especially on the lower levels. I think.
Because they can look at somebody that goes to Novus Ordo and they can be very holy. Like, hey, look, Mother Teresa.
Sure.
You know, I mean.
Although even Mother Teresa, there's quotes from her where it's like, you know, I'm here to help Hindus be better Hindus. You know, she's on record of saying things like that.
Yes.
Which again, I mean, so there's
But you can't debate her sanctity.
You could, because the faith is an essential element of the sanctity.
Oh, that's hard for me.
Well, I understand.
She's so holy. You know, she's so holy.
I mean, again, I'm not. So don't misunderstand me. I'm not simply saying that she's not, but I am saying that there is a question there, because again, if the holiness presupposes the truth, and if Hinduism is a false religion, potentially inspired by the devil, to make somebody a better member of that religion is almost certainly to put them on a path where they're on the road to hell. Again, so it's a question of fact.
So great saints can make great mistakes or great errors in judgment. They can have bad doctrine. Like, that can happen. You can still be a great saint though, right? I mean, I see you pausing on that. That's interesting, because like you're seeing the doctrinal understanding or teachings of the church as a part of that holiness.
It is. The faith is a part of the holiness. Now, it's not the same. That's not the same thing to say somebody's perfectly versed in like abstruse theological questions. You know, it's not like you have to. It's like crap to be a saint. I have to go read the Summa Theologica.
Right.
Dang it.
Right.
You know, but the faith. I mean, quite simply, what is the faith? That Jesus is the only means to going to God. Yeah. Only means, and therefore, anybody who is cut off from our Lord is cut off from God.
So, would you think that Mother Teresa got that notion from the post-conciliar church, and that's an example of the post-conciliar?
To the extent that that's true, I mean, I think
it was rising a little bit before the Second Vatican Council. I mean, but how would somebody like her have gotten, let's say, infected, quote unquote, with that fallacy? Is like, how did that happen to her?
Well, ultimately, to the extent that that's an accurate representation of her thought, you know, and again, like that's just my recollection, and maybe that she said something slightly different, whatever. So it's kind of a thought experiment. If she truly said that, right. Then ultimately that's going to be the influence of her fathers. Mm-hmm. You know, she says the environment and the spirit that she sees, and it's going to it bleeds down from the top.
Yeah. How can one justify calling themselves a traditional Catholic and at the same time disobeying a direct mandate from the Holy Father?
Well, the fact of the matter is you cannot credibly say that we submit to the Holy See, because that's what traditional Catholics do, and then disobey the Holy See and then try to claim that we have an exempting clause in canon law. No. Part of being Catholic is that we leave the supreme rule to the one to whom it was given, which is the Pope. So he makes final decisions in the church. And when he makes a decision about who will be bishop and who will not, that's him. He's the one. So we have to say that, 1988 is a long time ago, almost 40 years ago. And in 40 years, the Society of Pius X has, made some efforts to be reconciled to the church, but they've not been satisfactory to them, so they've walked away from them, so to speak. If this goes another 40 years, they're just going to be even further from unity with the Catholic Church in the full sense. They may believe in most of the doctrines, except for submission to the papal authority, but where is this going to lead to? So a separatist spirit is what has to be feared here, and there could be nothing better for the church for them to say, okay, we're going to not do these consecrations, we're going to submit to the judgment of the Pope, and then we are going to engage in the dialogue with them about our concerns. But in the end, whatever they pronounce, we're going to accept, and then we're going to seek to have our society regularized. Because by saying, until all doctrinal discussions conclude to our complete satisfaction, you're basically not submitting to the judgment of the Holy See the way the traditional Catholics are supposed to. Yeah. And by the way, all the people who disagree with a lot of what the Pope have done in the last, 15 years, they have the right to do that in the church, and they do it well. So you can find a similar situation.
Let's turn to the subject of excommunication. Following the 1988 consecrations, Rome declared that Archbishop Lefebvre and the bishops he consecrated had been excommunicated. This was based on the canonical penalty for consecrating a bishop without papal mandate. We've been talking about this. At the same time, the society has argued that, again, due to the state of necessity, these penalties were not actually incurred under canon law. So let me ask, why did the church hold that excommunication applied in that particular case? And is the society's argument that a state of necessity prevented the penalty from taking effect canonically valid?
Well, because the Holy See did not judge that was the case, that there was a state of necessity requiring those ordinations, and that the provisions of Canon 1323 and 1324 did not exempt them from the automatic penalty. And, this is something I studied back when I was doing my canon law studies. The mere assertion that we have a mistaken notion that even if we have a mistaken notion that necessity exists, therefore we're not subject to the penalty, it has to be a mistake that would be recognizable to, let's say, non-interested parties. In other words, people could say, yeah, that's a reasonable mistake you could make. That whereas the canon is quite clear: if you violate the law, and even if you claim a grave necessity, this is harmful to souls. Now, they were also excommunicated. It was in 1988. It was not only did you illegally consecrate bishops, you also committed a schismatic act.
Well, you have to be excommunicated for something, and you're excommunicated for doing a schismatic act, which was the consecration.
Well, there were two titles. The excommunication occurred for two reasons. You were excommunicated because you violated the canon, said you cannot, under penalty of late sententia excommunication, automatic excommunication, you cannot consecrate bishops. And secondly, the Holy See said you committed a schismatic act, and schism is penalized by a late sententia penalty, an automatic penalty. So you were judged to have fallen into schism by doing this act.
Is that two reasons, or is it one?
It's two, because you could be the Holy See could judge, for instance, that you consecrated someone a bishop against canon law, but without any schismatic intent, meaning that you weren't rejecting the authority of the Pope or communion with those in communion with him. And that would be the case, for instance, of someone who said, I have to ordain this bishop because we need a bishop to keep things going in this country. And then the Holy See said, no, you made a mistake. That's not the case.
A subsequent question is about the intent on the part of schismatic act. So I'm going to come back to that and dig a little bit deeper into that. Why did the church hold that excommunication applied in this case with Archbishop Lefebvre in 1988? And is the society's argument that a state of necessity prevented the penalty from taking effect? And is that canonically valid?
So I think in a certain sense, my answer is already clear. And it's not just, let's say there are a number of canonists who make similar arguments. It's one of those questions where a very simple fact is that the John Paul II in writing Se Ecclesia de Afflicta is simply applying the letter of the law. So in the letter of the law, yeah, sure, that's the penalty that's been established by the legitimate authority. And ultimately, as he points out in that same encyclical, or motu proprio, whatever the technical designation is, that he touches at the cause of the proceeding to this act is an incomplete and contradictory notion of tradition. Mm-hmm. So he's basically saying, okay, look, you don't understand tradition, and that's led you to do this. And as a consequence, that's simply it. And because of that misunderstanding, then that canon we started with would simply not apply. Right. Although the language there is fairly strong, it's like even if they're incorrect, the penalty doesn't apply. So frankly, it's obviously the society has made use of that, and that canon is even more explicit than what was in the 1917 code. It actually made things a little bit easier in us, if you want, just from the merely canonical level. But again, I think that'd be our basic answer.
Next question. In 1988, the excommunications were described as latae sententiae, that is, incurred automatically by the act itself, not dependent on a formal declaration. In my mind, I think of the act of abortion that incurs automatic excommunication. At the same time, the bishops involved did not publicly retract their positions or admit wrongdoing. They did not repent of this. Yet in 2009, Pope Benedict XVI lifted those excommunications. So how should we understand this? If the excommunications were truly incurred automatically by the act, how then can Pope Benedict simply lift the excommunication without repentance? It's as if he's saying that the act itself did not do the excommunicating.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that actually follows. He's the supreme legislator in the church, so he's not bound by canon law. And so if he judges for whatever reason, and Cardinal Mueller talks about this, and it's kind of like it was a sign of hopefully a step towards the direction of reconciliation, et cetera, he's free to do that. He's not bound by the provisions of canon law in the same way. Because again, as we admit, he is the supreme legislator in the church. He's the supreme authority in the church, limited, of course, by the law of God. And obviously, we don't acknowledge the excommunications in the first place, though obviously we appreciated the gesture, because it's obviously an indication of goodwill. So I kind of have a sense I want to say something more, but it's gone. Sorry.
That's all right. How can a pope lift an automatic excommunication that is the result of the nature of the act itself?
Well, he is a supreme lawgiver, and as regards penalties, he makes the judgment. For instance, a latae sententia or automatic excommunication means if you do an act which is penalized with this penalty, then you incur the penalty without the necessity of any juridical intervention, meaning you don't have to go to court to prove that they did it. And the reason for latae sententia penalties is it's related to the nature of the church. The law of the church is primarily geared towards saving souls, and therefore committing bad acts which endanger your soul are going to be punished with canonical penalties in order to deter people from doing it, or if they have incurred the penalty, to be a prompt for them to get out of that, to seek a remission of the penalty. Now, let me just state many people have the mistaken notion that excommunication means you're thrown out of the church. That's not what excommunication means. You can't throw people out of the church because you can't unbaptize them. The way you become a member of the church is by being baptized. Now, the way you maintain full communion with the church is by obeying the pastors, believing in the teaching, receiving the sacraments. What happens in excommunication is you're deprived by the authority of the church of certain benefits, such as the reception of the sacraments, in order to call you back to repentance. So that's, people who are excommunicated are not ex-Catholics. We don't say that.
Does it mean that there's a presumption that they'll go to hell?
No, not necessarily, because there's people who commit mortal sin and die unrepentant. That's the presumption is they're going to go to hell. Now, who judges that? Whether they're still in a state of mortal sin? God does. And they themselves know because they're the subject of their own acts.
But you can be excommunicated without there being a presumption that you're in mortal sin.
Presumption on the part of whom? Because, of course, if you know the lawgiver says don't do it, and then you do it, then you can't say in good conscience, well, I didn't know this was wrong, and I did a thing it was right. You can have ignorant people who do something and think, well, I didn't know that this was wrong, and then they may not have committed a mortal sin, or may not be, culpable for a mortal sin, even though objectively speaking, it would have been
grave matter.
Grave matter, but not necessarily
mortal
imputable, meaning that you're responsible for it. So these are complicated things, but they enter into it. Because remember, juridical or legal penalties are a public remedy to try and assist the society to fulfill its mission. So it's the mission of the church as a society is to promote salvation. So public penalties are meant to both correct the offender and instruct the rest of the community about what not to do and what to do.
Well, then why do I feel like the Holy See is basically contradicting itself, though? I mean, you excommunicate somebody based on the nature of the act, there's no repentance, and the Pope lifts it. That just seems inconsistent.
Well, because the Pope viewed that I'll say this. When Pope Benedict lifted the excommunications without any of those four bishops expressing repentance for having done the act, I was not happy.
Okay.
Because the remission of penalties in canon law involves an acknowledgement of the offense by the offender, and then also a reparation being made to those who were harmed by the offense. Neither of those things were ever talked about or done at the time of the lifting of the excommunications. So my only presumption is, or assumption is, that Pope Benedict was satisfied that the mere fact that the society was in dialogue to try and regularize its position was an indication of their regret for their status of not only having been ordained illegally, but then remaining in a canonically irregular situation all that time. Whether they believe they were excommunicated or not, they certainly were taking steps to reestablish full submission and unity with the church. Pope Benedict did that. So it's not hypocritical. It lacked canonical precision or rigor, and I think other canonists would agree with that. But the Pope has the right to do that. He can dispense the requirements of canon law at will. And if he ignores them, that's kind of a de facto dispensation from the necessity for repentance and requirement. But I assume he thought that they were sufficiently contrite to merit the lifting of the penalty.
Next question. Make sure to follow @Conor Gallagher Show on Instagram and Facebook. It's there where you can engage with the content much deeper, behind the scenes footage, behind the scenes content. It's going to be fascinating. Now back to the episode. When we speak of schism regarding the society, we must draw some distinctions between those men directly involved in the consecration, the Lefebvre and the four men consecrated, versus the society as a whole, versus mere lay people receiving the sacraments. Thus, for the following question, if any of those distinctions exist, please remind us of that.
So Canon Law 751 defines schism as, quote, the refusal of submission to the Supreme Pontiff or of communion with members of the church subject to him. So before we apply this to SSPX specifically, in the act of schism, does intentionality matter?
The intent, of course, is the motion of the mind that prompts an act. So my intent in doing something is manifested by what I do, but there are many different reasons you might do something. So in something that involves a public action, which is regulated by law in the church, the lawgiver will judge whether your action was motivated by an intent of a specific kind.
So my question would be better if I asked about motive versus intent, probably.
Well, they're almost the same.
Yeah.
The motive in receiving episcopal consecration against the will of the Pope, why did I do this? Well, I thought it was a good thing to do it for various reasons. That's...
So consecrating was defined as a schismatic act, okay. Not the ones consecrated, we've kind of covered them, but other priests of the society and then lay people who are actively participating with the society, and I guess we have to talk about what time period. So let's go back to 88, let's say, before excommunications were lifted. So let's say from 88 to 2009, okay? That time period, was it proper to refer to let's take the lay people as schismatics?
The Holy See never stated that lay people who attend chapels directed by the Society of Pius X were schismatics. When the consecrations were, when the excommunications were declared by Pope John Paul II, laity were warned, and everyone was warned not to adhere to the schism. That was the language that was used. But it was never stated what that meant, adherence to the schism. Because the schism, strictly speaking, or properly speaking, rather, the only schism identified by the Holy See as incurring the penalty of excommunication for a schismatic act were Archbishop Lefebvre, Bishop Castro de Meyer, who was a co-consecrator, and then the 4 bishops who were consecrated. So they were in schism. And in fact, once the penalties were lifted in 2009, the only people who were referred to as needing to have a penalty lifted were the 4 bishops.
Yes.
The laity and the priests of the society were never mentioned as needing to have a penalty of excommunication lifted as having incurred it for adhering to a schism. So I think that interprets the mind of the Holy See that during that period they were not schismatic. Now, there was a private communication from a memorandum from the Council for Interpretation of Legislative Texts that was issued in that period. I don't remember the exact date, but it's referred to by Cardinal Fernandez in one of his decrees, in which the Council for Legislative Texts reflected on what's the nature of the schism and how do the penalties affect others than the bishops. They said that the schism refers to the entire movement. I disagree with that characterization because the Holy See has never publicly stated that the whole movement was schismatic. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't in the judgment of the Holy See, but they never said that. And then this private this memorandum, which was made public in maybe, I don't remember what year, 1990. I'm not quite sure. I think it was 1998. It said, well, as regards people participating in the activities of the Society of Pius X, rather not get into specifics because of the variety of circumstances. So it was a warning not to adhere to a schism. But again, it was a memorandum that was published. I think a memorandum dated from 1996.
I think it was a dubia that somebody submitted.
Somebody sent it in,
it was answered.
and it was related to my doctrinal thesis, my license thesis, because they referred to me in the document. But it was never made into a decree having force of law. universal law, and it's an interpretive tool to see the mind of the Holy See. But again, since they said we can't establish specifics, I think the way that they viewed it is that the situation would better served if we left things indeterminate, because and this is the same thing now because Cardinal Fernandez has said, you should not formally agree to the schism. Can't remember the exact language.
Formally adhere
to the schism, because if the consecrations are carried out in July, but what does that mean? Does that mean if I go to one mass at a Pius X chapel, I'm a schismatic? Do I have to go to on a regular basis? What about if I receive a sacrament? What about people are dying and a Pius X priest giving the sacrament? Are they schismatic? The Holy See has to be more specific on all of that.
Yeah, and I believe that dubia, when the question was answered, it made some numerous statements. One of them was, it is not a sin necessarily to fulfill your Sunday obligation by going to a chapel, a society chapel. It even said, and it's not wrong to even in small degrees financially support the chapel. And then it also said, but you cannot have a schismatic mindset or schismatic intent, or I forget the exact terminology, saying you can't have this mindset in going there. So that's an interesting distinction. That was, I cannot remember if that came before or after the lifting of the excommunication. So let me just jump to this and ask you this. So the church, through those channels, through those dubia, the Holy See has said that, somebody could take their family and fulfill their Sunday obligation at a chapel, so long as they're not having this schismatic mindset. Okay, let's say that. On July 2nd, does that change?
Well, this is the question the Holy See has to answer, because a schismatic mindset, what does that mean? Does it mean that I approve of the episcopal consecrations? Does it mean that I reject them as being an act of schism? Do I reject the Pope as having the right or authority to make such a determination? All of these things are indeterminate. And we have to see, does the Holy See want to pursue a policy where they'll establish those who are excommunicated are and this is what they've said, those who consecrate and those who are consecrated will be guilty of the canonical offense of schism, in addition to violating the canon against illegal consecrations. So they'll be in a state of schism. But what relationship will be necessary with those men in order to also fall into schism? Yes. And I hope the Holy See makes it specific, because a lot of people have a lot of doubts. And there are a lot of people who accept what the Pius X says, which is we're not a schismatic organization. I mean, this was before the lifting of the sanctions in 2009, but we were never schismatic. We have no schismatic intent. If we act, it's all because we need to. And if the Holy See doesn't like it now, someday they will. All these kind of explanations, et cetera. So
yeah. Is one's intent part of the definition of schism?
Simple answer is yes. Simply because, again, it's touching on the acknowledgement of the authority as such. So that definitely enters into the intention of what one is acting. Is one doing something because one does not acknowledge the authority and believes, therefore, that one can simply act independently of them without any kind of reference to their will, their intent, their approval, or whatever, as opposed to any kind of time that there is just a violation of the law. Disobedience of any law would be schism, if you think about it, because obviously the Pope is supreme legislator. Right. Any law he gives, if you go against it, by definition, now you're schismatic because you refuse submission to him. And that's obviously not what's meant there. Right. Here, it's precisely that you do not have authority to command me, and therefore I am completely free to do what I judge in this circumstance. Basically, for example, the situation of the schismatic, are the Orthodox, who are very clear, yet we do not believe in papal supremacy or infallibility, and therefore whatever you do doesn't matter to us. We'll establish our own patriarchs, etc., 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 and we do not believe that you give us jurisdiction. We do not believe you have any right to rule over them, whatever. Or like with the papal, or the Anglicans, very clear in the Act of Supremacy. We do not recognize any superior to the King of England as the head of the Church of England. That's schism.
Yeah. I asked that question about the intent of schism because Archbishop Lefebvre repeatedly stated both before and during the 1988 consecrations that he had no intention of separating from Rome or creating a parallel church. In fact, he said, I want to read this, quote, "We are not schismatics. There is no question of us separating ourselves from Rome, nor of putting ourselves under a foreign government, nor of establishing a sort of parallel church. It is out of the question for us to do such things. Far from us be this miserable thought of separating ourselves from Rome. On the contrary, it is ordered to manifest our attachment to Rome that we are performing this ceremony," end quote. So how should we understand this? Does consecrating bishops against the explicit will of the Pope constitute a, quote, refusal of submission, end quote, and therefore schism, or can such an act be reconciled with a continued claim of fidelity to the See of Peter?
Certainly. And again, what we're dealing with here is precisely, the Archbishop was always very clear that he recognized, through his lifetime, Paul VI, let me rephrase that, through his lifetime. So St. Pius X, Benedict XV, Pius XI, Pius XII, John the 23rd, Paul VI, John Paul I, John Paul II, who was Pope when he died. Acknowledge all of them as the legitimate successors of St. Peter. And precisely as is indicated by this, he did not wish to deny their authority. He did not wish to set up a parallel church. Your quotation, you have ellipses, and he's referencing these other organizations that did do such things or set up their own popes or whatever. That's kind of a setting up a parallel church. And again, he came down to a question of what are the limits of obedience, and is this act, which under normal circumstances disobedient, be justified by a proportionately grave cause? And that's fundamentally the question. And I don't think, for a lot of people, again, if some of your listeners don't have much of a sense of Archbishop Lefebvre, I might invite them to read his life, because he had a profound and abiding love of Rome. And I cannot emphasize enough how deeply grieved he was in soul to find himself in a position where he had to make a decision where he thought that this apparent disobedience was a necessary thing under the circumstances. Like if you actually listen to this sermon or other sermons where he talks about this question, like in 86 and 87, he's on the verge of breaking down into tears because it's giving him such pain. Precisely, it's like, going back to the analogy we were talking about, a father who's not in his right mind. If a son loves him, it's a deep, I don't know if you, if you think of a parent who's gone through or a child who's gone through a parent going through dementia. My mom has, I think, Alzheimer's now. And it is very disorienting to watch your parent, whom you've loved and dealt with, become, in a sense, someone else other than they are. And that's kind of where he felt himself to be, is like, my father is not in his right mind. He's meeting with these, other religions. And in the Old Testament, other religions, dallying with other religions was a form of adultery, is how it's often referred to in the Old Testament.
Yes.
So it's like, well, why is my father with all these other strange women? Like, what is going on? And so while he's, okay, look, we may be in a situation of disobey, I'm not leaving my father. And I want to be loyal. As I said in my introduction, we want to serve the church. We want to serve the Holy Father.
did the bishop's intent or motive, which he seems to be expressing here, mitigate the nature of the schismatic act?
Well, notice what he said. We attach ourselves to Rome. And he used the phrase constantly, eternal Rome, to distinguish it from Rome actual.
Yes, later, other parts in the homily, he does say eternal Rome. You're right. That, not in this particular passage, but I know what you're talking about.
Yes, and I read that. He said that.
I didn't leave that out. It was just in a different paragraph.
Sure, and that's fine. But it's, there's no submission to the Pope. That's the issue, not Rome as a concept, relating to popes from the past who he submits to, but not the actual Pope. So you can't say that that we submit to and obey the successor of Peter when you disobey him directly. That's not a logical statement. And the Holy See, in the person of Pope John Paul II, did not find that argument convincing. So you can't claim that, like every other Catholic, we are submissive and obedient to the Holy See and to the Pope while disobeying him in a matter of such gravity. Because this isn't a question of, if the Holy See were to say to a bishop, I'm transferring you from diocese X to Y, and then the bishop says, I'm not leaving, I like X, I don't want to go to Y. I recognize you have the right to do it, but I think in this case, it's wrong for you to do it because of all these, there are reasons why somebody might not want to leave their diocese, and it's up to the Pope to say, look, either you move or you're going to retire, But it's much different to say, I'm going to proceed to the consecrated bishop, because bishops, again, the foundation of the Catholic Church is on Peter and the Apostolic College, and the bishops are the successors of the apostles. And the church is built on the apostles. So this is not a mere administrative role. And when the society tries to say, well, we're not fully bishops, we're only partially exercising. Look, you're a bishop. And that's the nature of the church. The church is built on when you go into a cathedral, in classical cathedrals in Europe, there are 12 pillars as you're walking down the nave, 6 on each side. That's symbolizing the 12 apostles. The church is founded and rises up upon the apostles. So to say, well, we're ordaining successors to the apostles against the will of the chief shepherd, that's unthinkable. But that's what's being done here.
What is the status of SSPX post lifting of the excommunication in 2009 by Benedict XVI? So since then and before July 2nd, we've talked about this continually throughout, but would you say that they are currently schismatic, or would you just say irregular? Would you say not in full communion? What are the terminology you would use for their current status?
Now, it's a good question. They're not schismatic because there's no more schism. The people who were judged to have incurred the penalty for committing a schismatic act have been absolved. That penalty has been remitted. So therefore, the Holy See doesn't see any schism present there. On the other hand, they are irregular because they do not submit to the authority of the Pope in the way other religious institutes do. They do not submit to the jurisdiction of the local bishops where they operate the way other institutes do. They operate without having priests ordained according to canon law. They're ordained validly, but they're not ordained with having the proper permissions of their regular status institute or by a diocesan bishop but they're an institute, so they're not in canonically regular status, and they recognize it because they themselves have been in discussion with the Holy See, and they want to have more discussions about how to regularize themselves. Now, Pope Francis gave them powers that they didn't have, gave them the power to absolve. You need jurisdiction from your ecclesiastical superior in order to hear valid confessions, although the law provides for ways to gain that in case of necessity. That's a whole nother question.
Well, let's drill down there. I mean, it helped me square the circle because the most modernist pope we've maybe ever had seemed to give the greatest leeway to the society. And I know we can't read his mind and what his deep motives was, but it seems to me, Father, that part of this was, in the year of mercy, he named missionaries of mercy. He's like, I know priests, and that gave priests authority to go hear confessions in any diocese, anywhere in the world, without local ordinary approval. Interesting thing. And so he did give, my understanding is he gave the society priests authority to hear confessions.
That's correct.
And then he also allowed them to witness marriages with the local ordinary approval, which means you're a representative of the Catholic Church. He's not going to give that to a Methodist. So, why did Pope Francis, of all popes, give them so much more than previous popes? No, Benedict lifted the excommunication. That's giving him something. But so I guess. It's an interesting question to say, was he trying to give them more authority so more people just go and get the rad trads out of the church? Or was this really part of his, merciful, persona and his emphasis on mercy, 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 which he definitely had that. In a good way, he had that. So one of the only great things I want to say about him is that he loved confession. He definitely pushed that. So how am I supposed to think about that whole situation?
Well, this is a good question. Pope Francis wanted to provide that, because he knew there were a lot of Catholics going to chapels of the St. Pius X Society, and he wanted them to have no doubt that their confessions were that the absolutions were valid. And the same thing he wanted regarding that priests, that they wanted to be married by a St. Pius X Society priest, that they could do that. We also had the opening of Catholic churches in many places to the Society of Pius X, so that they were welcome to celebrate Mass. Their priests, for instance, St. Peter's Basilica, they were allowed to it wasn't celebrating Mass, but it was to have a Holy Year pilgrimage in the Year of Mercy, and the dramatic film of them all processing, down the Via della Conciliazione.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, to say prayers at the tomb of St. Peter, but they were invited to go to Lourdes, have Mass in the Shrine of Lourdes. Other places, some dioceses would invite them in to celebrate Mass. You have he's recently died, Bishop Vitus Honder lived in his Society of Pius X house in retirement. So there were these kind of, we would say, steps toward full unity and full regularization being done, but it poses canonical problems.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, if you say that my Pius X priest can witness my marriage at a nuptial Mass and presumably celebrate that nuptial Mass, which I think was the intent of the law, changed by Pope Francis, and well, why isn't it legitimate to go to, when he celebrates to Mass tomorrow in his chapel? No, if you can do it once, why can't you do it all the time?
Yes.
So, and if it's valid for him to hear my confession, why isn't it good for me to receive communion from him at the Mass he celebrates after he hears confession? So this leaves people in doubt about what they're supposed to do. Pope Francis was not very much interested in
canon law.
Well, in other words, the logic of canon law.
Okay.
I think he viewed it as something that he would use when he wanted to for his purposes, which was in many cases to have greater papal control of things. But on the other hand, he did things which canonists would say, no, wait a minute, if you concede in principle that receiving sacraments from a Pius X priest is okay, then how can we tell people not to do it in other circumstances that you don't enumerate now? Because if the argument is don't receive sacraments from them because you're going to fall into disunity with the church in either thought or action, but on the other hand, you're not in disunity in thought and action when you go to confession to them. This is a problem.
So right now, I mean, we do know categorically that an SSPX priest can hear my confession. Pope Francis made that, and Leo hasn't taken it away. Is there any reason I should believe otherwise July 2nd?
It depends on what the Holy See states, because, of course, the priests who attend the consecration by their visible presence there are giving assent to this act. In other words, they're agreeing with the goodness of this act of disobedience that the Holy See characterizes as schismatic. So if the Holy See states conditions for falling out of unity with the church by embracing a schismatic movement, let's say, or a schismatic group of bishops, this will tell the tale. So that's why it's a serious
There's not
question.
a great answer then. That's what you're saying.
Well, the answer is, wait for the news flash.
Yeah, but he's probably going to release something just like John Paul II did, and it'll probably say anyone who gives formal adherence, but there's not going to be a description of what that means. There'll probably be submitted dubias to say, please explain what this is. But we're going to have a long period of time of total grayness and not know exactly what that means.
I can't agree with you because until it happens, we don't know.
Okay. I am being
you're
presumptuous on what would happen.
But in the law, when you're applying laws, you don't say, since this is going to happen.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I'm speaking to a canon lawyer and a priest. You're going to be very specific on that. I will be it's my suspicion, and it's just a suspicion that this will have to be worked out through dubia, and then people are going to debate whether how authoritative that is. This is just a very sad state of affairs when we just don't have clarity for a lot of people. Let me ask you a question. I've been meaning to ask this, and I can't find the time to get it in. And I'm not talking to you as a canonist. I'm just talking to you as a pastor, and a traditional guy. Do you think that the excommunication, in a very practical way, on July 2nd, is going to hurt their numbers or help their numbers?
Can't predict the future. Depending on how the Holy See treats it, whether they try to minimize it and say only the bishops are excommunicated and that the other people are presumed to be acting in good faith and that they're not schismatic and that they just, they feel comfortable in going there. They like the priests and these new bishops, but they're not excommunicated. If there's no fear of incurring an ecclesiastical penalty, then I would say a significant percentage of the priests and laity are not going to disassociate themselves with the Society of Pius X. If the excommunication is declared as applying to anyone who belongs to the Society of Pius X, meaning the priests and seminarians, and then any layperson who, whatever formulation you want to say, frequently attends their services, goes, seeks other sacraments apart from the Eucharist from them. If they say those things are forbidden and under penalty of excommunication, then you have, I'd say many people will say, well, I don't want to be excommunicated, so I'm not going to continue to be part of that. Now, there will be some, as there were in 1988, I think it'll be a much smaller number of the priests who will say, yes, I think the Holy See's right on this, and we don't want to be associated with these bishops who are now excommunicated, and hopefully they'll be able to find their way to a diocese or one of the mass, what we call former Ecclesia Dei congregations,
like the fraternity.
Institutes, like the fraternity. But this is all speculation, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
How does language of schism apply to the entire society?
So it's an interesting question.
And what is the society?
Well, the society, okay, let's say this. If you would limit to that question, society is just the members who have taken engagements in it. So you have the priest members, you have seminarians who have taken their engagements, to a certain extent the brothers, but that's it. You have the third order sisters. So they're sisters of the society, but they're a third order. That's typically what you would have. Like St. Dominicans teaching sisters are a third order, sometimes second order if they admit solemn vows. I think that's right. Anyways,
sounds right.
And then, but that really effectively, we have a external third order where, say lay people who want to kind of live a more serious life. They do that, but they're not technically members of the society properly. And so from that point of view, at best, typically the way it's referred to is those who are engaged in the ceremony as such would be the ones directly declared schismatic, and then anyone, as Cardinal Fernandez phrased it, anyone has a formal adherence to it, and what that means. Okay,
does that mean you have formal adherence
to no schism? I would never be a schismatic. No. I mean, I'm deeply convinced that the church is.
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking, like, would he consider you as just a priest, an administrator of a parish, a spokesman?
Sure.
Like, you're doing these things. Would he say that you, Father Loop, are going to have formal adherence to the consecration on July 1st, and therefore you are going to be excommunicated?
Yeah, it's a great question.
From his perspective, I know you disagree with that,
right?
But from his perspective,
well, that's what I'm saying. It's a great question because Rome has been very cagey about all these things. Because you'll even, for example, so if 1988 was schismatic, then theoretically we'd still be in schism, and then these consecrations are not schismatic because they're already schism. They're not making us schismatic because we already are.
No, but you had the excommunications lifted.
Not ex-schism. There's no. Cardinal Mueller points out that difference. He's like, oh yeah, but excommunications. It's kind of a strange dynamics. Like, these schismatics are no longer excommunicated. Like, what does that mean? But he still makes the comment, and again, that excommunication only was, they specifically mentioned the bishops, that were targeted by that document. If you read it, there's no mention of the priests, the society as a whole.
So, should I say Fernandez's document? Because he's the one that wrote it, right?
Which,
the recent one that's saying the formal adherence language.
Yeah, that was on the 13th of May.
Broader than John Paul II's
I don't think
initial.
so. I actually don't remember off the top of my head.
I don't think John Paul II said formal adherence. I think he just listed the bishops.
We'd have to go back to the Ecclesia Afflicta.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I forget off the top of my head. But again, it's what Rome says. Because even, Rome, as far as the general question of schism, was contradictory, because you have some cardinals who say, yeah, you have some cardinals who say, no, they're not schismatic, like Cardinal Hoyos, for example. He's very consistent about that. He was the same one who decapitated the fraternity. Even Pope Francis, like, yeah, you guys are inside the church, whatever. I mean, it's just kind of his Pope Francis way.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, he might have been fun to talk to on occasion, but
right.
So yeah, it's for that very reason, it's hard to answer that question, because unless they come out with a very clear document, okay, by formal adherence, we mean you. J.D. Flynn made a claimed it from the Pillar. He said, okay, there's a document, he referenced in 96, where he basically said those who agree with the action, which would be kind of therefore, but it's very vague, who is that really and what does that mean?
It is my clear understanding that currently, right now, the Vatican, through the process of dubias, have said it is permissible for laity to fulfill their Sunday obligation at an SSPX chapel.
Mm-hmm.
After July 2nd, after the decrees of excommunication are granted, does that change for the laity?
Well, we'll see what they do, because those kind of dubia, that was even before the lifting of the excommunications and stuff like that. So that's been a long-standing policy of Rome, actually, or the Roman authorities, I should say. So frankly, I'm not a prophet, so I don't know. It could be, who knows? It could be that they're, if you wish, let's say if Pope Leo is really in the line of Pope Francis, it's not at all impossible that he wants to make a one and a final end with all this, as far as he sees it. Which could lead to,
what do you mean by that?
With, let's say, tradition as such. So, and again, it's very hard to tell, because Pope Leo is very reticent. He doesn't really show his cards, it seems. So even like I was talking to Bishop, not me, but was at a gathering where Bishop Flay was, and he was commenting that, it's quite possible Pope Leo could go in one of either two directions. So on the one hand, he could be like, I'm done with this all, so I'm going to excommunicate you, and I'm going to crush all the Ecclesia Dei groups.
I
like,
understand that. Okay.
So it's not at all impossibility. Whether it happens or not, time will tell. The other possibility is, okay, look, he's just going to kind of be quiet, or maybe, really try to build up the fraternity. Like, who knows? And maybe just in the short term. But again, what's the long range goal there? It's hard to tell.
Do you think after the excommunication, are lay people going to get squeamish and your numbers of attendance go down?
It's an interesting question. I would say that probably, so if you look back to 1988, actually there was not a huge drop-off of people that assisted our masses. You had certainly some here, but some others came or whatever. My guess would be probably something equivalent. Like, I think, frankly, if people are going to leave, they've already done so. Or if they're going to stop coming to us for the sacraments and whatever, that they've already done so. It's possible that you have some hedging their bets. Okay, like, well, maybe there won't be any declaration or something.
And are you sympathetic to those people? Because I'm sitting there like, you just want to be a good son or daughter of the church. Your Pope ends up excommunicating this group. That makes it much more sound like you guys are in full schism because of the act, the schismatic act. It's all a repeat.
Yeah.
And I think good, honest lay people could be really scared about this. They don't want to raise their kids in a schismatic organization. I mean, I think that's a scary thing for people who are on the fence.
Yeah, if they're on the fence, yeah, for sure. And let's say a lot of that's going to depend. I think fundamentally the question will be is how clear a vision do they have of what's going on in the church?
Yeah. It goes back to the crisis.
Yeah. So, I mean, so it's certain sympathy. I could say I won't be harsh, I don't think I would. I certainly obviously wouldn't agree. And I don't think in some measure I would understand, depending on their status and what they've received. But not harsh. I mean, it's precisely because we argue, and I think objectively there is this crisis in the church, is like what our Lord says in the night of his passion. I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. So I think that's fundamentally what we're seeing.
Next question. Can you explain the difference, if there is any, in the power of order and the power of jurisdiction in regards to the bishop's consecration and why that whole topic matters?
Well, it's the essential argument of schism, because precisely, in fact, frankly, I think my full answer would be the full podcast that I gave in the Episcopal Consecration series that the Society's podcast has put out. That's where I think you'd really have to go to see in depth what we're talking about here. But fundamentally, traditionally, the church has always been very clear that the conferring of orders and the conferring of jurisdiction are two different things. And that the conferring of orders is given by Episcopal consecration, conferral of jurisdiction is granted by the designation by the Pope. And therefore they're separable in thought and they're separable in reality. And in fact, I think your next question will touch on that. Even in normal dioceses, if you have an auxiliary bishop, he has no jurisdiction.
Retired bishops have no jurisdiction.
They don't have any jurisdiction. But no bishops in the Curia.
Bishop Strickland has no jurisdiction, but no one debates whether he's a bishop or not.
Correct. Yeah. And not only that, I mean, the other side of the coins, you can have jurisdiction before being ordained, consecrated a bishop. So, for example, Cardinal Bilo, a great theologian in the early 20th century, comments that the normal, in discussing this question, he says the normal process, I guess the time was that, or at least it could happen, that a man who's designated to be a bishop of a diocese, as soon as he's given a canonical mission, he has authority before his episcopacy. So he can command in his diocese as the ruler of the diocese. It's not tied to the episcopal order as such. Again, this would take too long right now to say, but there's a confusion since the Second Vatican Council, because it's basically presented that a bishop more or less receives jurisdiction in a certain sense by his consecration. And
now you talked about this. I listened to your episode. Which was it? Lumen Gentium or Gaudium et Spes? Okay,
Lumen Gentium.
Lumen Gentium. The way it described. Just touch on this.
So I think what I'll defer to is an article that was written by Father Ratzinger at the time. So he wrote this article in 1966, published a year after the council, and he's talking about, well, fundamentally collegiality, but he touches on the sacramentality of jurisdiction, of the conferral of jurisdiction. He says the two things are fundamentally combined. They're intimately linked. But
how can that be when you have auxiliary bishops and retired bishops?
Great question. Because I think fundamentally, frankly, it's because of the notion that there's two supreme authorities in the church, which was a novelty introduced by Vatican II. Because in that same document, Lumen Gentium, it states quite clearly that the College of Bishops is also a supreme authority in the church.
How can there be two supremes?
Great question. And it leads to all sorts of confusing language. But practically, I think realistically, the major, if you wish, manifestation of that is the deferral by the Pope, especially after the Second Vatican Council, to what Episcopal conferences did. So it's a manifestation of the supreme authority, so therefore I have to accept it. Because the way it's spoken of Lumen Gentium is that they can take the initiative, it has to be, as it were, approved. But if they take the initiative, they put the Pope in a very awkward situation, if you think about it. For example, like communion in the hand, a lot of things that were introduced basically at the local level, and then Rome is like, okay, what are you going to do? If you were dealing with subordinates, like just doing things, it's as a superior, even if you have to like stop them, it's awkward, especially if inferior has some authority on their own right. But the problem is by talking about you have these two supreme authorities is now even more problematic, because are they engaged in the supreme authority of the church or not? Is the Pope bound to do this? If you read personally, like the Rhine flows into the Tiber, the author, Father Ralph Wilken, who's not a traditionalist by any stretch of the imagination, but he comments that was the most intense fight at the Second Vatican Council, even more than religious liberty, actually.
Wow.
Because precisely it touched very intimately on the reality of the unicity of the government of the Pope. But if that's also the case, if jurisdiction comes through orders, then all the Orthodox have jurisdiction immediately upon their consecration, and they rule their flock.
Right.
And John Paul II talked that way, etc. What's also fascinating about that Father Ratzinger article is that he comments that the whole idea of collegiality and the tying of consecration or jurisdiction to the episcopal consecration was devised through ecumenism, and that it had no basis in the early church. And it's very funny because the context of that, he's like, yeah, you have this Orthodox theologian who's saying, what your guys are saying about jurisdiction coming through ordination has no foundation in Scripture or in history. Like, what are you talking about? And Father Ratzinger's response or comment there is like, yeah, we should probably take this seriously, because all this was devised out of ecumenical reasons. And if the people that it's aimed for don't like it, maybe we should rethink it. It's a fascinating article. I don't know that it's in English, but.
Okay.
Can you explain the difference, if there is any, in the power of order and the power of jurisdiction in regards to the bishops consecrated?
So, there was a theory or an understanding in the church previous to Vatican II, and this was widespread, that bishops, when you ordain a bishop, he could not exercise any jurisdiction in the church until it was delegated to him by the Pope, that it wasn't inherent in being ordained a bishop or consecrated a bishop. When I say consecrated and ordained, they're just interchangeable.
Right.
Although now they use the word ordination, whereas in the past they used consecration, more or less because they viewed it as not a new conferring of orders, but as a liberating, a consecration that freed up bound powers, the power to ordain bishops and priests. That was bound when a priest was ordained to the order of the priesthood.
Like almost like unlocking
something.
A potentiality.
But the Vatican II taught that it is that's part of the sacrament of orders, that the sacrament of orders has three levels or three aspects to it, and that the diaconate, the priesthood, and the episcopate, only priests and deacons have the fullness of the priesthood. And the sacrament of orders, the deacons are not priests, but they are ordained, and the Holy Spirit acts in their soul. So it's a different kind of thing, but nonetheless, it's a sacred order. So the question at Vatican II is, well, what is the nature of the episcopate? So are they simply, in effect, acting as delegates of the Roman Pontiff, or do they have power to govern by being ordained? And Vatican II said, yes, they do have the power. You receive the fullness of the priesthood. So priest, prophet, and king, teach, govern, and sanctify, is conferred with episcopal consecration or ordination, but it cannot be exercised unless you're in communion with the Pope, exercised legitimately. So you can't claim to be pastor of a flock unless that flock is given to you by the Pope. So you have the power to govern them, but you can't exercise that power. And that's it's people say, was that quibbling with words? No, it's essential because, again, governance is not a private act. It's a public exercise of authority in the community. And so you can have a power or a right, but not be able to exercise it. So babies you can open a bank account in the name of a baby, and that's their money, but they can't withdraw it until they reach the age of reason. But you would never say that money doesn't belong to them. It's a weak analogy, but it's there.
So they basically the society argues that these are tantamount to auxiliary bishops. And so when we think of auxiliary bishops, I mean, it looks to me that these guys have the power to do confirmations and whatnot, but it looks to me that they don't have a jurisdiction. So help me understand that.
So they are not auxiliary bishops, and I'll give you the further explanation on this. The church's understanding right from the start is that a bishop is ordained for a portion of the people of God, so that he has a flock. So bishops are not ordained without any reference to being the shepherd of a particular group within the church. Typically, that would be a diocesan family, but you could also, what we have in the church are what we call titular bishops. So if you're ordained a bishop, let's say you're ordained the bishop of Xville. Anybody who lives in Xville, that's your flock. But let's say you get an auxiliary bishop. You can't have two bishops of Xville. You can only have one. There's only one shepherd in a diocese. But auxiliary bishops assist the bishop of that city or town in carrying out his work because he may have so many people he needs assistance. But what we say is that auxiliary bishops are head of titular dioceses. And titular diocese means dioceses established in the past by the Holy See in which there were no more of the faithful. So there were many dioceses established in North Africa. And they were all wiped out when the Muslim invasion happened. And those bishops had to flee and they came to Europe or wherever. But the see remains. So the Holy See says, the legal fiction that every bishop has a flock will be maintained because their flock is, in such and such a town in North Africa, which has no Catholics in it, but you're still a bishop there. So
like in Atlanta, you have an archbishop and you
Yes.
have auxiliary bishops.
Right.
So you're saying that those auxiliary bishops have a titular
Yeah, they're all
diocese?
titular dioceses. That's, in other words, because the idea was a bishop who can't exercise his jurisdiction and his priestly or a bishop ministry in an area where there's no more Catholics can assist an area in a diocese where there are many Catholics.
Is it named? So like auxiliary
every
bishop
bishop
number 2 has like the titular diocese of, and they like come up with a name?
Yep. No,
even though it's not a geographical area?
Oh, no. The dioceses are all, the titular diocese, the Holy See maintains a list of all the titular dioceses.
So if he's in Atlanta right now, his titular diocese could be like
anywhere in the world.
They give him something like, hey, 1,000 years ago, there was a diocese in Iran.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's
so weird.
It's not weird because it's preserving an essential thing. Bishops are ordained to take care of the flock, and they exercise the Christ's role as teacher, prophet, and king over the people. So you're not ordained a bishop without having that reference. And so when the bishops were ordained by Archbishop Lefebvre, they had no titular sees. So they're this anomaly in the church, and they recognized it, but claiming that, we're just, power of jurisdiction, we're not exercising it when in fact they do de facto in the way they carry out their apostolate. This is a problem. So,
does the retired bishop of Charlotte, was he given a different diocese?
In the old days, yes. If you see, in the old days, retirement of bishops didn't exist.
I know that was something else that came out.
Now you could request to be relieved of your diocese, because of illness or incapacity or circumstances that led you to think I'm not effective shepherd anymore. But they would be given a titulacy, in my understanding, and that's what happened. Or they could be given another diocese, which was less rigorous for their. But no, any bishop listed in the Annuario Pontificio has either an actual see or a titular see, with the exception now they created Bishop Emeritus as a figure. So when Archbishop, my bishop in New York is Ronald Hicks now, Archbishop Hicks, but it was Cardinal Timothy Dolan, Archbishop of New York. He's now called Emeritus Archbishop of New York. He wasn't given a titular see. So they've gotten away from this notion that every bishop has to have a titular see if they don't actually have a real see, by saying he's
so what's
emeritus.
What's Dolan's flock?
Well, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a canonical. I think that it's
sloppy.
Sloppy. They overlook the fact that if you're going to continue to have auxiliary bishops with titular sees, you should also give titular sees to retired bishops who are no longer actual archbishops or bishops of dioceses. Canonical argument. Maybe some future pope will agree with what I'm saying and change the law, but the fact of the matter is it's a more profound issue. Bishops are ordained to take care of the flock. So you're not ordained a bishop primarily to ordain members of a religious order. That's not the purpose of having a bishop. Now, it makes it possible, and the institute that the Pius X is, society, the main reason they ordain bishops is to do that. So that's not why you have bishops. That's not why the Holy See would say, we ordain you a bishop to do this. Now, in reality, they ordain bishops and give them titular sees because they do accomplish different purposes. And that will include ordaining people, in a religious congregation.
Does the SSPX's argument about the bishops not being juridical bishops, but more like auxiliary bishops, have merit?
Yes.
Okay. Elaborate a little bit.
Well, effectively, there have, as it were, the parallel role in the society as precised an auxiliary bishop would have in a diocese, to go around helping. In this case, in the diocese, he's helping the local ordinary, taking some of his burden of confirming, maybe ordaining priests, depending on the size of the diocese, and things along those lines. And, fundamentally, as it were, the bishops, it's, again, it's not a perfect parallel, obviously, but effectively they're at the service of the society and the service of the superior general. And while we don't, in the same way, have any kind of jurisdiction over the souls that come to us, nevertheless, precisely to make sure that they have access to those sacraments, they're at the service of the superior general to give them to them.
Would you guys ever argue that you could do juridical bishops?
Oh, absolutely not. No, of course not. No, because
that would be the parallel church.
Exactly.
That's a big part of this whole thing. That's why I'm kind of harping on it.
Yeah. And that's precisely where we would be usurping the authority that belongs to Pope Leo XIV alone.
I think that helps. I mean, that's notion of usurping. You guys argue that it's not usurping because it's not juridical. You're not setting up a parallel church. It's not setting up a diocese. It's just auxiliary.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I mean, just kind of long. I mean, it'd almost be kind of nice to be schismatic, because then we might actually be able to go to Rome.
Yeah, right.
Get received with honor, like all these schismatic Orthodox bishops and this Mrs. Mullally. Like, they are schismatic.
They are.
They refuse. Like, when they're talking to him, it's like, you are not the head of the church that Christ founded. So, but we were like, you are.
Right. So, Father Loop, thank you for all this detailed information. I mean, you're clearly learned. You know your stuff. We've covered a lot of kind of deep theory and canon law and the underlying issues of where the crisis is. I think I followed your logic, but I'll let you just close this out in whatever way you want. What's the last thing that you really want people taking away from this?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for being so gracious as to invite me out. It's been a great pleasure to talk with you about these things. And perhaps on the one hand, I would simply invite your listeners just to be willing to consider seriously, on the one hand, the status of the church as a whole, and to try to see these doctrinal issues, let's say with the question of religious liberty, ecumenism. We didn't touch on the Mass, but that'd be another major question, of course. Or things like Amoris Laetitia, Fiducia Supplicans, all those secondary issues.
Yeah, there's so much more.
Right.
It's bad. It's terrible when you have to cut stuff out.
Right.
It's awful. Yeah.
So just to see those things and try to understand that we don't view those as dry academic theological disputes, but rather that these are things that are at very deep levels opposed to the Catholic faith, and that it's again, we'd have to dive into that precisely, but that as a consequence of that, they drive souls away from our Lord. And that's, I would even argue, true if they say somebody stays in the church but agrees with all this, because it's fundamentally putting them at odds with who our Lord is, etc. And it is leading to a lot of souls losing the faith, and as a consequence, being on the road to hell. We have to take seriously our Lord when he says, those who do not believe will be condemned, that without the faith, it is impossible to please God. And the faith is not merely what I feel about it. It is a series of things. It's a series of truths revealed to us by our Lord, transmitted to the apostles, and through them to the successors of Peter and the rest of the apostles, for them to teach in its integrity, to guard zealously, and to expound faithfully. And it's not something that we delight in. It's in fact something that causes us great grief, because any soul of a pastor or a soul who loves our Lord and loves him in the truth is going to be deeply troubled by seeing so many souls not being fed. Go back to that earlier analogy. And we don't like the situation we're in. We don't view it as normal. We want to have, in fact, what would be normal relations, both with the Holy Father, with the local bishops, etc. And that's we do judge that as the normal state of any good Catholic soul. And it's only because of these grave and profound issues that touch on the faith that we judge that we have to take the position that we do. And again, it's not merely for our own sakes. We're not really ultimately interested. Well, we are interested in our own salvation, obviously, but we want to be at the service of the church. And that's true, if going back to that analogy, if we're correct that our Father is not in his right mind for whatever way, for whatever reason, and and to whatever extent, we're willing to be at his service, even if in that not being in his right mind, he lashes out at us, and we're not going to take that personally. We don't view it as the best, it's not defining, and we'll do everything we can to help bring him back to that state of being in his right mind for his good and for the good of everyone who depends on him. Because we're not, like I said at the beginning, we're not the church. We don't pretend to be the church. We can't solve the issues in the church. Only fundamentally the Pope can, because he's the Father, he's the head. Everything is going to ultimately flow from him. And if we in any way could be an occasion, we're not the cause of anything, but if we could be the occasion somehow of, the Holy Father taking cognizance of the real state of the church, and taking effective steps to address that, which is not going to solve the problem right away, but begin to move it in the right direction, then we'd be deeply grateful to God. And that's what we hope for. It's what we pray for. And again, in the intervening time, where we certainly, I think a lot of people are not going to be convinced by what I say, and I can't. And like I said, I'm not going to be harsh there. It's not an easy situation. But even if there is souls that view us as schismatic or whatnot, we're willing to do what we can to serve the church.
Thank you so much, Father. It's been a pleasure getting to know you and talking to you in this great depth.
Mm-hmm.
God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Any closing remarks?
Well, thanks for inviting me to discuss this topic. I'm concerned about the good of souls, of all people, but particularly for those with whom I have lots of areas of agreement. I'm a big fan of the old Mass. Doctrinal integrity has to be maintained. I'm horrified by, so-called ecumenical things, which include indiscriminate giving of communion to non-Catholics, a bishop pretending, or a bishop thinking he's doing something at a consecration of an Episcopal bishop by saying the words and putting out his hand. This should never happen. We agree on so much. But if you can't be a loyal Catholic and say we have a superior authority to judge the Pope and disobey him and say we're in good conscience for doing it, you may convince yourself you're in good conscience, but you are giving public scandal by disobeying the Pope in this matter.
Father, thank you for your measured, reasonable responses here and everything that you do in the church. You're always a great voice of common sense and very detailed legal analysis and theological analysis. So you got the total package. So thanks for everything you always do.
Thank you, Conor.
Hey, thanks guys for checking out the Conor Gallagher Show. Please take a moment to like, subscribe, or comment, or whatever you got to do to support it. And I appreciate that very much.